Okay, so we're going to have a recorded vote. We are now voting on the amendment to this motion. Trustee Toon has asked for a recorded vote. All in favor? And those against? Oh. And those against? Perfect. Thank you. We are now going to move forward. The amendment was approved. So we are now voting or just discussing that the Board of Trustees accept the Audit Committee's recommendation of no changes to the trustee remuneration and benefits for the 2024-2025 school year, with the exception of the driving rate being reduced to $26 per hour. Is there further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, we will turn it to Trustee Hodges to close on the motion.
Again, we just, as the audit committee, went through everything, and just with the recommendation of the review, we felt that that could save us money coming forward. I don't think, and hopefully it's not going to take a year, as in the motion it stated for the next board meeting, and so we're hoping that that can be done within the year. So I think there'll be more changes to come, and I appreciate the addition to the motion.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Hodges. So we are now voting on the motion. That reads that the Board of Trustees accept the Audit Committee's recommendation of no changes to the trustees' remuneration and benefits for the 2024-2025 school year, with the exception of the driving rate being reduced to $26 per hour. All those in favor? Passed unanimously. And I will turn the chair back over to Chair Hodges.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. Where am I now? Okay. Appointment of standing committees in the board representation. Appointing of standing committees and board representation. So appointing of standing committees for the 2023-2024 school year. Shouldn't that be 2024-2025? School year is enclosed. Superintendent Evaluation Committee, Board Self-Evaluation Committee, Planning Committee, and First Nation Métis Inuit Committee liaison. All of our trustees are appointed to that committee. And then we move on to Regional School Council, which has 2 trustees. The chair is Carla Gimber. The vice chair is Lacey Poitras. Audit Committee is 3 chairs. What, Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, we passed a motion that will change yearly. So for the upcoming year, I will be chair of Regional School Council. So we'll just need to make that adjustment for the upcoming year. That's for Regional School Council, Nikki.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. I had forgotten about that motion, so thank you for that. So I'll just read each committee and take a pause. If there's any changes that we have missed, please feel free to raise your hand. So Audit Committee, chair is Lori Hodges. Members are Carla Gimber and Kathy Charchin. Labor Relations Committee, it's the provincial negotiations. There's 3 trustees. The chair is Brad Toon. Members are Carla Gimber, Lacey Poitras, and representative of board provincial negotiations. Appeals and Discipline Committee is 3 trustees. All board members as alternates. The chair is Kathy Charchin. Members are Lacey Poitras and Clara Yegas. Awards and Recognition Committee is 2 trustees and all board members as alternates. Chair is Lacey Poitras and members Brad Toon. Professional Learning Committee is 2 trustees. Chair Clara Yegas and member Carla Gimber. Policy Review Committee is 3 trustees, Chair Carla Gimber, members Greg Long and Kathy Charchin. ATA Executive and LRSD Trustee Liaison Committee, 3 members, ATA President, 1 trustee plus board chair. Chair is Lori Hodges, member Lacey Poitras. Emergency Response Committee, 2 trustees, Chair Clara Yegas, member Kathy Charchin. Advocacy Committee is 3 trustees, which needs to be amended because it's only ever been 2 trustees. And the chair is Clara Yegas and member Gray Long. Timesheet and Expense Claim Committee is 3 trustees. All board members is alternates. Chair Lacey Poitras, members Greg Long and Brad Toon. Alberta Teaching Profession Commission Resolution Committees is 3 trustees excluding the board chair. Chairs Kathy Charchin, members Lacey Poitras and Carla Gimber. Method of Accountability Committee is 3 trustees. Chair Brad Toon, members Carla Gimber and Clara Yegas. Grantham School Advisory Committee is 3 trustees. Chair Kathy Charchin, members Carla Gimber and Brad Toon. E2, Other Representation, ASBA Zone 6 Representation, Representative Carla Gimber, alternate Lori Hodges. LRSD Wisdom and Guidance Council Representative Carla Gimber, Representative Lacey Poitras. Alberta Southwest Regional Alliance, 1 main contact. Trustees within the LRSD ward of the held meetings will attend. Representative, all trustees, main contact, board chair, Lori Hodges. Trustee Charchin?
May I ask a question before we go on to the next part? Is now the time that we would discuss if there are committees that we no longer need? Or does that happen later?
So that's a great question because when I looked at our policy, there's nothing in there stating that we can or cannot. It's not stated whether that should be a change or not. So I'm going to look to the board to see if this is a place that they would like to do that. Trustee Poitras.
Chair Hodges and I looked over it quite extensively trying to see, it says that we reaffirm, but it doesn't say reaffirm members or if we are reaffirming the committees. So that would be left open to board interpretation. If you interpret it as we are reaffirming the members of these committees and the validity of these committees, then if that's how the board feels, then now would be the time as we kind of understood it.
Trustee Yegas and then Trustee Long. Oh.
In the past, what we have done is we have reaffirmed the members, but we've also reaffirmed the committees itself. So if we want to eliminate a committee or add a committee, that would be by a motion of the board. But I think this could be done after we read all the committees, and then I think we should then say which ones we, if we want to keep them or not, reaffirm them.
So just to summarize, I think what Trustee Yegas said is that to read through all of these first, and then when the motion is on the floor, whether it's to present or amended, and then you can make those amendments at that time.
Yeah, pardon me. It seems to me that if we're reaffirming the members, it's inherent that we're reaffirming the committee. So that's why I wanted to ask now before we went any farther.
Perfect. Trustee Long?
I agree with Trustee Yegas. I could see us going through it, and then after we've gone through it all, then we go back and look at whether we want to keep all the committees, but go through this first.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Long. So I will just continue with the preamble, which is the committees, and then when I put the motion on the floor, then we can have a discussion around the committees. Okay. So E3 is committee board representatives, Livingstone Ski Academy Society Ward 2 trustees, Chair Clara Yegas, alternate Greg Long. ASBA Rural Caucus, Chair Greg Long, alternate Lori Hodges. Nanton Solution Committee Ad Hoc, 3 trustees from Ward 1, Representative Brad Toon. I think, is that chair or is that representative? I think that's the chair, Brad Toon. Representative Carla Gimber and Kathy Charchin. PSBAA ad hoc 2 trustee members, Carla Gimber and Clary Vegas. And so the recommendation that the Board of Trustees reaffirm the 2024-2025 committee representation as per the 2023-2024 school year as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Long? They're reaffirming for, I think it should be actually switched. Reaffirm the, no. So that the Board of Trustees reaffirm the 2024-2025 committee representation as per the 2023-2024 school year. As presented or amended. Yeah, just strike out the second year. Yeah, too many numbers in there. We just need the 2024-2025. All right, so the motion is on the floor, made by Trustee Long. Would you like to speak to it? No? Okay, the floor is open for discussion. Trustee Kimber.
So I can make a motion now?
Yeah,
make
you
a
can
change?
speak to some changes, absolutely.
Okay, so I would like to, the very first one, nice and easy, is to change the name of the LRSD Wisdom and Guidance Council to the Elder Consultant Council, which is what is included on our terms of reference right now.
Trustee Poitras and then Trustee Long.
Just a point of order, are we going to discuss each amendment and vote on it individually instead of putting them all, if there are multiple, I would recommend, or for my best understanding, I think it'd be best if each one was discussed and voted on individually.
Yes, I guess it depends on how many were coming forward. If there was just some housekeeping, which I feel this one kind of is a housekeeping thing, as per our policy, it said, Trustee Gimber, you said, that's just a housekeeping thing. If we want to vote on that, we can, but I feel like that can just fall under housekeeping as long as we did with the other committee that had 3 representatives. It should only be 2. So would the board like to proceed with just housekeeping being voted on, or can it just make those changes in policy?
Maybe just ask if there's anyone opposed.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone opposed to housekeeping just being done without part of a motion? It just needs to be clearly defined in our policy and make sure that we are aligned. Thank you. So if there's any housekeeping ones, Nikki, just put it under housekeeping. It'll just be assumed in. Thank you. Trustee Long, did you have your hand up? And then Trustee Toon, I saw your hand.
So can I make a recommendation now? So we're going to do them all at once?
So depending on how many recommendations are coming forward, if it's a change to a committee, we might just discuss that one, vote on it,
All right.
and then move on to another one.
Yeah, I would recommend that we remove the timesheet committee from board standing committees.
All right, we are going to make that a separate motion, as I think that needs to, yeah, we're just going to have to do it individually, and then, all right, so we have, all right, so there's a motion on the floor to remove the timesheet committee from the standing committees. Trustee Long, would you like to speak to that, please?
Yes, I would. After our evaluations, it came to light that perhaps this was a waste, not a waste, but time and money that was being spent in a place that it could be better used somewhere else, those funding, those time. I think that the process for being transparent about trustee remuneration should be something different than this timesheet committee who looks at the monthly. We had something in the past, there was, I don't know if it was a policy or a procedure, but trustees' timesheets were public monthly. And anybody could go onto our website and look at the trustee remuneration, and it was specific. In other words, it was a breakdown on, of how trustees were billing or charging or being paid by the board. I think if we went back to that process and the public was aware of it, that's might be better than having a timesheet committee.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Just for clarification too, all our timesheets are public. They are all up on on the website. Yes, they are. They always have been. Trustee Toon, I saw your hand up. Clarification?
Sorry, so just for clarification, you're not asking that this be moved to a different area, like a ad hoc committee or anything? You're asking to remove, like, get rid of the timesheet committee completely, this committee?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Toon?
Yeah, I would actually think that it would be better to have it become an ad hoc committee with a final report and with bringing recommendations back to the board for approval. Well, I think it might not be fit for our long-term goal of trustees, but I think the committee's done some great work and might have some thoughts and ideas around process to increase the transparency and accountability when it comes to timesheets. So I'd hate to just cancel this committee right now and not get the value of the work that they've been doing for the past year or 2 years or however long it's been.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Yegas?
I agree with Trustee Long about canceling the committee, but can't we just ask, and maybe we could even put it this as an amendment into that motion, is that the committee do a recommendation and send it rather than doing an ad hoc committee. Just have them write up a final recommendation, and then, excuse me, and then for the board to look at. And this could be then looked at during our review that we have as a motion coming up in the next meeting.
So sorry, Trustee Yegas, were you making an amendment to it? Oh, no, he just said he'd like to see it. He didn't make it as an amendment, but he just spoke to it. Yeah, I know, there's a lot going on here. Trustee Toon, were you making that as a recommendation amendment?
I could have been clear with it. I agree it
Trustee
wasn't
Yegas.
exactly clear, but yeah, I agree with anything we can do to get the report out of that, if whatever process.
Then,
Go ahead, Trustee Yegas.
excuse me, and I just, if Trustee Long accepts this, I'd just like to add on to that, the standing committee and the committee do a final report on recommendations.
All right, there's been an amendment on for or trustee, does the board feel like that is a friendly amendment? Or in addition to the amendment, is anyone opposed to this being added to the amendment? Trustee Poitras?
I just wonder if this changes the intent. The intent of Trustee Long's is to get rid of the timesheet committee completely. And so this changes the intent to move it to, I'm guessing he doesn't feel like it's unfriendly. So yeah, I think it changes the intent a bit, but if...
I don't feel like it changes the intent because it's still asking to remove the timesheet, but for them to do a final report on recommendations. So Trustee Long?
My words were in my recommendation that it be removed as a standing committee. That was my exact words.
Okay. And then Trustee Yegas added in, and for the committee to do a final report on recommendations. No. trustee Agus did not change it to an ad hoc. There was talk of an ad hoc, but trustee Agus was the only one that did the amendment. So again, would the board consider this, trustee Poitras?
Okay, so it's going to read, the recommendation is that we remove the timesheet committee as a standing committee and that the committee do a report, a final report. If we remove the committee, how can they do a final report?
Trustee Toon?
My understanding with all this is it's for the 2024-2025 school year. So all our committees exist till the end of August. Like we're reaffirming these committees, but this doesn't, we'd still have the work of this month for the timesheet committee. We still have to have a meeting this month because we can't supersede that we're not reaffirming this as of today. It says for the 2024-2025 school year.
Yeah.
So then my understanding is starting in September, there will no longer be a timesheet committee. They will do a report at the end of this year, which is this month, and then going forward in September and forever, there will no longer be a timesheet committee. Is that correct? Okay.
Thank you, trustee Poitras. Is there any other questions or comments? Trustee Poitras?
Sure. I have sat on the timesheet committee ever since it became a thing. It's an important part of our work. And while I did appreciate the advice that we were given when we had our board evaluation, the gentleman who did our evaluation had worked with trustees on his board who are compensated with an honorarium monthly. And so there is not as many moving parts and pieces. Since I've been on this committee, we've had to make changes every month just to make sure that everyone is having the same understanding as everyone's understanding the policy the same. So I guess my question is if we are no longer checking up on ourselves and everyone is submitting their credit card receipts and their monthly directly to payroll, and there's no checks and balances, then we're just leaving it up to, this is posted publicly. If anyone wants to see it publicly, they can look it up. And if someone thinks something's going awry, then they can mention it, like, hey, Trustee Poitras seems to be a real expensive trustee. So just given that, I don't think that it's responsible or in the best interest of our board to have no checks and balances for trustees submitting their timesheets, not because I think that anyone is doing anything wrong or that anyone's trying to slide anything by, but I think that it is irresponsible for no one to be doing checks and balances. If something happens and none of us are here next time, there's 7 new trustees and everyone has that first meeting and Jeff shows them this is how you fill out your timesheet, and moving forward, there's no one for them to check in with. There's no one who's looking at their sheets because it's not up to admin to do that. Then you have 7 new trustees filling out their timesheets in 7 different ways with 7 different understandings, and it could be a long time before someone says, hey, you guys are doing this very differently, you're costing way more money, or you're not getting paid for half the stuff you're supposed to be getting paid for. I think it's irresponsible to get rid of this committee. If there needs to be adjustments to the committee, I definitely think that we should do that, but with no checks and balances, that leaves us open to a lot of scary situations, in my opinion.
Thank you. We got trustee Charchen and then trustee Toon.
I appreciate what you said, trustee Poitras. I'm a little uncomfortable without some sort of checks and balance. I've never been in a role or position professionally where there weren't some of those. So it's a place of discomfort for me. One thing I would like to recommend, if we don't feel that we'd like to look at something different, is that when the committee makes a recommendation, having that timesheet committee was really helpful to me when I started this year, for the reason that you just talked about, Trustee Poitras, and, what do I claim and what is per diem and what is this? And I know I can read through the policy and figure it out, the number of hours and how do we calculate them. Yeah, it was very different from anything else I've also done. And so having that timesheet committee to provide that guidance and say, ooh, Kathy, not quite right, let's realign it, was helpful. So that something should go, I would recommend that something at least go in the recommendations by the current timesheet committee for new people that are joining in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Charchen. Trustee Toon?
There we go. I appreciate Trustee Poitras bringing this forward. I agree the challenges seem to stem from interpretation. It's not something anyone's intent on doing anything wrong, but with the constant changing of committees and roles and things that are happening, I'm also struggle with completely getting rid of this committee, especially when we're going into a year away from having a complete new board. I think that there could be huge value in helping to onboard those trustees and the continuation of the board. So I think we struggled with it for multiple years, and this got us to a place where I think we're doing a lot better. And we have the ability to have those discussions as a board. Well, this is what I interpreted this as. This is what the timesheet committee is seeing with inconsistencies and aligning those in policy. If we don't have something that functions like that, as Trustee Charchen said, what do we have? It's going to create those same problems. We might not struggle with it in the next year as much because we've gotten to a better place because of the committee, but I think we're setting future boards up for failure if we go to this type of extreme.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Any other questions or comments? And then I'll add mine. Trustee Higgis?
Yeah. I think one of the things, and this was brought up in our evaluation, is it deals along a matter of trust, and that's the area that I think that one of the, I guess, issues with this committee. I think, for one thing, we talked about future boards. When a board comes on, if they have a workshop or something so that they know what's happening on the with their timesheets, how to write them, and I understand Trustee Charcham, because she came in late, maybe she didn't get the kind of instructions that we all had at the beginning of our terms. I think one of the things that I look at is that we do have the transparency of the public, and that is the most important thing. And I think we really, really have got to make the public aware that these are online, and perhaps push this in terms of saying that if somebody wants to check up what the trustees are doing, I think that is probably one of the most, the best ways to keep us in line. That's the wrong term. To make sure that we're all transparent in what we're doing. In terms of a check and balance, I think that is the check and balance. Somebody has to sign off properly on these, and we will have to make a decision of who's going to sign off. But I think it's going to have to, and it should be, up to the individual trustee. I really think we got guidelines, and we could say what we're going to, the guidelines are there. If we tell the people the guidelines, it's available online. I just don't see the reason for this committee.
Thank you. If there's nothing new or different to add, does anybody else have any comments, more comments? Sorry? Clara just spoke, and so then Trustee Poitras and then Trustee Charchen. And did you have your hand up also? Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I just think it's really important to have, not because there's a lack of trust or anything on this board, on future boards, but it prevents the error, right? It's like Trustee Yeager said someone has to sign off on these. So if admin isn't, it's not their job to, and there's no committee to do it, then who is going to sign off on them? And it has nothing to do with trust. It has to do with making sure that errors aren't happening that will need to be corrected later or that are costly to this division. So I just want to share that.
Thank you. Trustee Tarchet?
I'd just like to add the level of support it provides. I think is different than a check and balance, but the support it provides us as individual trustees when we're submitting them. Because once they're submitted and they're on the website and they're up to the public, which I really like, and making that really well known, it's kind of too late for me to fix that timesheet. So I see the level of support being important somehow. Whether this is the right format, I'm not sure, but I believe that's important.
Thank you. Trustee Gimber?
Thank you. I think there's been a lot of work done in policies over the last couple of years to clarify what's in there in black and white now, that you can get a lot of support in those policies that wasn't there before. And I think for the couple of things that it catches, dollar-wise, I don't think it equates to the amount that we're spending on that committee right now.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'll just add in mine and then I'll let you close, Trustee Long. Listening to the discussion, it was really great hearing everybody's opinions. I do feel that it's kind of I don't know which way I'm going to go yet, because in part of this conversation too, the recommendation was that the board chair sign off on the timesheet, which is a lot to put on a board chair, I think. Trustee Gimber spoke to it being in our policy and outlining everything. I think when you have a new board chair coming in and for them to just sign up on trustee timesheets, that might be a little bit overwhelming for them because it is your name on them. I get you just catching maybe little errors or anything like that. But I just want to make sure that if this is going to be removed, that there's a bigger discussion around not just having a board chair sign off on them. I think that would be a recommendation, maybe going forward of this timesheet committee. So those are my 2 bits on that one. But Trustee Long, would you like to close?
Thank you. Yeah, there are several things here you have to consider before you vote. One of them is certainly that having a timesheet committee created some conflict in the board. There's no doubt about it. It created some conflict and some difficulties personally between trustees. That was one negative. It does help as far as what people are putting in for remuneration in both ways. There were trustees who should have got more than they were putting in for. And there were trustees who were putting in for more than they should have been getting, according to our policies. And so it does have a check and balance to it, which is good. The third thing is when you're balancing those, is it worth the personal conflict for a few $1,000s? And how important do you consider that those few $1,000s staying in the ed system and not going into remuneration? So those are the things you have to consider. That's what I feel before you vote.
Thank you, Trustee Long. We'll just take a pause, let everybody just think about it for a minute, and then we will vote. All right. Everybody ready? I'm going to call a question. All in favor? Defeated? Thank you. All right. So we still have the recommendation on the floor. Trustee Gimber.
Okay, on the list, we have the PSBAA Ad Hoc Committee, so I'd like a motion to remove that, please.
Motion to remove the PSBAA.
Could I don't think we need a motion because we said that that committee ended.
Did we say it ended?
Yeah, because an ad hoc committee has a beginning and an end. And when we took the vote,
Okay,
that was the
perfect.
end of it, so I don't think we need a motion. It just,
Okay, we'll just move it into housekeeping. Thank you. Trustee Gimber.
Okay, then I would like a motion to have only the representative or alternate attend the Zone 6 meetings.
All right, we have a motion on the floor under the ASB Zone 6 representation. Right now, it has all trustees can attend, and so the motion is, we'll just pause while Nikki writes it up here. It's in our policy where it states, it doesn't state under here that all trustees are attending. Trustee Gimber?
Only the representative or alternate attend those meetings.
Did you hear it? Okay, Trustee Toon?
Yeah, the wording of this, I struggle with. I'm okay with having only one person attend, but if you say the alternate, then it precludes the other 5 members if those 2 can't attend. Because if you're saying the alternate can, it doesn't say in there that somebody else can attend there in the place, but I think we need a single trustee attending, and I would include in there in person. So if one trustee can make it in person, then that would be the trustee that is representing the board there. If it's a hybrid meeting, if we're all going hybrid, because that's a struggle. If you have people in the room that are attending, whether they're paid or not from our board, and the rep is online, it's really hard for the rep to vote and be fully engaged, the same as the person who's there, just because of technology and is a struggle in those rooms.
Trustee Toon, were you making an amendment to that motion then, that's on the floor?
I would ask for help with the wording on it, because I think that it's important to have the discussion before the meeting, who's going to be the rep there, like we do with other, like Alberta Southwest or something like that. We know who's going to be able to attend and who's going to be the rep. So if our rep can't make it, they have put a call out and get that person.
Sorry, Trustee Gimber, were you helping with that?
So I'm just wondering, are we equating this to Alberta Southwest, or are we equating it to the rural caucus? Because they're both representatives that way.
Yeah, so we have a rep named in our rep is, and then we have an alternate, but we want to ensure that it falls to like everybody. Can we scroll to the Zone 6?
It says Representative Carla Gimber, alternate Lori Hodges.
I would just switch the alternate and say comma all trustees after that, and that might help with that. But we're going to have somewhere in there later in terms of reference if that's what the board wants to ensure that, because I think this is more like a terms of reference thing than a board representative. I don't disagree with it, but how a committee functions really isn't what we get into discussing here typically at an organization. I mean, we're reaffirming the representatives, but.
Thank you. Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, I was just going to, I guess, kind of agree. I strongly agree with this, to have one person attending Zone 6 who is being paid to be there. However, when we are talking about our reaffirming the committees and the people who sit on them, I think the only thing we could discuss here is to change it to all trustees as alternates. And then in our policy 8, where it talks about remuneration, I think that we once we're done with this, could have a motion arising from business to have that changed in our role of the trustee policy in that section. It doesn't actually, in our terms of reference, refer to who is going to what meetings and who is paid to be there. So I think that I would think that maybe as a point of order, we should put this as a motion arising, but I'm unclear.
Trustee Gimber, Trustee Chartran had her hand up, and I'm just going to let Trustee Gimber clarify.
Just answering?
Yeah.
Okay, so it is in policy 8 right now that all ASBA Zone 6 meetings for everybody. It's in there right now, so we would have to amend that policy then.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, is I think that the motion should be to amend that policy, not to change anything about the representatives, or I don't know if there's something in the terms of reference. Is that in the terms of reference of this committee, or? Okay.
There aren't terms of reference because it's a representative one, right?
So I think then maybe the motion should be about changing policy. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, Trustee Chartran, I saw your hand. I'm just going to pause for a second here and just seek some understanding. So I think that Trustee Poitras made a good point here, is that right now we are reaffirming our committees and not changing the representatives on them. And right now, all board members are allowed to attend and the representatives are staying the same. And so I think that at our regular board meeting, that maybe we should have the motion to change the policy at that point and not in this organizational meeting. So just if the board feels like that, I feel like that's more of an appropriate time. So Trustee Gimber and then Trustee Toon, unless you have, okay, thank
So
you.
can I table the motion then till the next meeting?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so I'd like to table the motion. Notice a motion for the next regular meeting.
Well, that would
in
be
like
this, right
2
after this
hours.
one. So
Yeah.
just table it to the next,
Table it
to the board meeting this afternoon or early this morning. Thank you. Trustee Toon, did you want to speak to?
Not about the tabling, but we do have in red all trustees as alternates. I think that would be in order if,
Yes.
to go ahead with that, if that
Yeah,
would be okay.
so would that be considered a housekeeping then, all trustees as alternates, or would you like to vote on that? Okay, so right now the motion then, Trustee Gimber, is to add all trustees as alternates. Is that correct? Okay. Trustee Yegas? Okay, so right now the motion on the floor is to add under the Zone 6 representation with alternate, that all trustees as alternates. Any comments around that before we close? Trustee Poitras?
No, I would just say I think this is really appropriate, and I appreciate it. We've had multiple meetings this year where some are in person and some are online, and whoever's in the room, we're asking them to be the one to vote, regardless of even if the representative is there and stuff. So I think that this is something that we're already doing in practice. I think it's a good housekeeping.
Thank you. All right, we're going to vote on it. Any opposed? Carried. Sorry, I changed that instead of calling for all in favor. It is better. Okay, so we're back to our motion still for committees. We got Trustee Yegas and then Trustee Chartran.
We're still looking at, we have to select a member, a third member for that one committee,
Advocacy?
advocacy, yeah.
No, I think we were changing that to housekeeping because it's always only ever been 2, unless you would like to have it remain 3.
Oh, okay. I guess, okay, so what you're suggesting, in policy right now, it says 3.
It does,
So what you're suggesting is we change it to 2?
yes, under the housekeeping, because it's never been 3. We've never had 3 board members on the advocacy committee, besides the chair being the ex officio.
If my other member, if the other member doesn't mind, I don't mind. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So housekeeping under advocacy is 2 trustees. Trustee Chartran?
Before I make a motion, maybe it's appropriate to have some conversation around the need for the Granham School Advisory Committee to continue.
That's a good question, because Granham has now moved into a solution-focused situation. Yeah. Trustee Toon?
I think that it's important to have it. We're going to be moving into more discussions with the MD on community use things. And so I think it's important that we have a group that is assigned to meet to discuss the needs of the board and the division and to consult with those community-based groups, including the MD.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. That is an excellent point. Is there anything else that any trustees would like to reaffirm on their committees? I have one I would like to discuss. No, I don't think we have anything else on there right now. Everything, all motions I think are passed right now. I would like to bring a motion forward to discuss the method of accountability committee. This is pardon? Yes, actually, yes, that'd be appropriate. Trustee Poitras, would you like to chair this part? And then I will bring the motion forward.
Sure. Okay, so we have a new motion on the floor. Trustee Hodges, I'll let you speak. I'll word the motion first.
Thank you. I would like to talk about the trustees about the method of accountability committee. This has been a committee that we've had for a really long time. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact date, but it has not presented nothing to the board, or we have not had any discussion around it for the past 3 years for sure. So I just want to see if the method of accountability is a committee that the board still would like to have. It's a recommendation that the method of accountability committee be dissolved.
Okay, thank you. So the recommendation is to dissolve it. Okay, thank you, and thank you for speaking to that. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, I know we've had this for a couple of years. There has been presentations to the board. There have been multiple motions made by the board on this issue. And while administration was working on getting the data, our meetings were too full when that finally came forward to meet and discuss that. If you look at the motion that was passed, it's, we've already implemented the method of accountability, but we approved of implementing it, but it hasn't been presented what we've implemented, and that was a struggle because of the timelines of when everything happened. So I think it's crucial that this committee meets and presents to the board. Dissolving it now would leave it in limbo of what did we approve, because it hasn't been presented to the board what we approved. So I think this would be a grave mistake by the board to leave this unfinished and up in the air of what came from this.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges, or Trustee Toon. And just as clarity, you're chair of that committee. Is there terms of reference for that committee or a regular time set when that information is to be presented to the board every year?
We don't have terms of reference. We needed, that was part of what we needed the data to develop so we could build the terms of reference around that, so.
Okay, thank you. More conversation, Trustee Yegus?
I agree with Trustee Toon. I'm part of that committee also. I think there is a terms of reference, isn't there? Okay, well, we could put up a terms of reference if necessary. I didn't realize there wasn't, but on the other hand, I think we've done a lot, there has been a lot of work done by everybody, including central office, on it, on finding the data for it and doing it. I think it is pertinent that we continue with this and use that data for some benefit, because there has been, I think there's a lot of importance of what we are doing. And as Trustee Toon said, we have already incorporated, or there has been things incorporated, but I think what we need to do is make this a little more structured in terms of putting things forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Yegus. Trustee Gimber?
I 100% agree that we need more structure to it and more face time with the rest of the board with that committee. But it is probably, in my view, one of the most important committees that we have. We definitely do not want to dissolve this committee, because this is the way that we're going to have accountability or show accountability to the public. So once the pieces are all in place and all of the information we've received from central office is able to be put all together and presented to the rest of the board, I think you'll see that as well. Yeah, one second.
So just for members who are not on this committee, are those pieces all in place now, and are we moving to the presentation point, or are we still working? I think a lot of board members, aside from the three who sit on this committee, were unaware of the work that was moving forward. So if we could just get kind of a little update on that to maybe help with this decision, I'll put it to the chair, Trustee Toon.
Yeah, so when we last met, it's been a while ago, it was given to central office to get the data that we had looked at and find if some of those pieces couldn't be found, because that was the big unknown. Is when we said some of the things that we wanted were pretty easy, like math scores for grade 9 and things like that, data that's already collected. And so when they came back and got the list of data, Trustee Gimber's right, there isn't a firm process on it because we didn't know what the data was going to look like. And there's going to be other recommendations to, well, if we can't formally get this, or it's too hard for administration to get this piece of data, what other things can we look at that are already being collected? And there's been a lot of change in what our division looks at, bringing in the MRA data at the school level. So I think there's a lot of great things that we can kind of tap into, but we need to have those discussions on, okay, what did we want to look at, and what is achievable, and what are things, because we don't want this to be some huge arduous process for division to collect all this stuff, because we want this to be a yearly thing where it's easy to collect, easy to present, and easy for the public to understand, because that graph of how things improve is so key. It's a year, it's not a 1 year snapshot. You want multiple years going forward and back to be able to tell how things are improving. As Trustee John Lainers would say, we don't want it to be the tummy test. Are we getting better? It feels like we're getting better, but we have data that shows quantifiably across a scope of what we value as a board. Shows that we're getting better.
Thank you, Trustee Toon, for that update on that committee. Trustee Trustee Charchin. Trustee Yegas looks great.
Thank you. I honestly had no idea what that committee did. I feel very strongly about data and about collecting of data. We were told in our board review that knowing more about students and being more student-centered should revolve around data. Collecting data is extremely time-consuming. So if that has already been put in place, I think it would be crazy of us not to continue that committee to have a look and see what it's saying and spend a little bit more time fine-tuning it if we need to be able to have that data available to make data-informed decisions. So for that reason, I would support it staying in place.
Thank you, Trustee Charchin. If there's no other questions or comments, we'll let Trustee Hodges close. Unless Trustee Hodges, do you have a question or just comments, closing comments? Okay. So we will let Trustee Hodges close. Chair Hodges.
Thank you. And so I put this motion out here because I did want to have a discussion around this committee. I've always felt this committee was really important to the board. It helps us measure where we are. And so I do appreciate the work that the committee has done, but I just wanted to bring to light that I think it's important, and if this committee should be moving forward, because we do have a motion on the book stating that this committee is going to report yearly. And so I've tried a few times to add it into the agenda through the year, and it just wasn't working. And so if we're going to make this committee work and be accountable to it, then we need to really make sure that there's a focus on it, and we need to move forward with it. I know Chad has sent out information to the board members that are on this committee, and so things are in place, but we do need to have a discussion with the whole board so the whole board understands where they are, and it's not just within the committee. So I appreciate the conversation, and I do appreciate the committee, and so I'm good with that closing.
Thank you. Okay, thanks for the discussion. And the recommendation is to dissolve the Method of Accountability Committee. All of those in favor? The recommendation is to dissolve it. Okay, perfect. Those opposed? Everybody? Okay, no, sorry. Okay, and I will turn it back over to Chair Hodges.
Thank you. All right. We still have the motion on the floor for the Board of Trustees reaffirm the 2024-25 committee representation. Was there any other changes? All right. Seeing none, the recommendation that the Board of Trustees reaffirm the 2024-25 committee representation as per the school year as amended. This was moved by Trustee Long. Did you want to close it all, Trustee Long? All right, I'm going to call the question then. Any opposed? Carried. Keeping you on your toes today, everyone. It's just easier. When you go from having people online, you do any opposed, and it's just hard sometimes, so. All right. Moving on to our adjournment. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees, discussion on possible other committee board, oh, sorry. Yes, there's no motion attached to it, so I just thought it was part of the recommendation. Discussion on possible other committee board representation. If somebody has another one, they can make a motion around it, but we can discuss if there's on possible other committee board representation. Does anybody have anything? Trustee Gimber?
So is this specifically committee board representation or the creation of a new committee?
New committee.
Okay, so I think that we need to have a discussion on creating a new committee for FNMI or Wisdom and Guidance Council that enables trustees to call meetings and to meet with elders and ensure that FNMI teachings are brought into the everyday of our trustee life. Right now, no, I'm going to leave it at that for this second. Let's see.
All right, there's a motion on the floor that a new FNMI committee that enables trustees to call meetings and elders. Okay, Trustee Gimber, did you have anything else you wanted to say to it, or just open the floor for discussion? You can speak to it.
Well, I think that this past year, the Wisdom and Guidance Council has, the only time that we met with any of the elders was when we were at the FNMI that Trustee Poitras and I used our own PD dollars to meet with them, basically. So we're not being effective in our, we need something different. We don't have the ability to call meetings right now as trustees because we're representatives of that council.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Toon?
So is the recommendation to create the committee and come back later with recommendations on it? Just wondering about composition, because if you're saying this is kind of to enact some of the work that Wisdom and Guidance, that's a two trustee, or is this a committee as a whole board? Like, just if there's any thought of that, or to be determined at a later date?
I think a lot of it would be to be determined, but I do know that Trustee Poitras and I have some ideas, so we could come with some recommendations. Just right now, we feel that we can't even meet together to come up with recommendations because we can't call a meeting. So we're feeling like we're stuck between a rock and a hard place when it comes to this right now.
Okay, thank you. We have Trustee Charchin and then Trustee Yegas.
I think the thing that I worry about is that we can call a meeting, but it doesn't mean that the elders will come. And I know that they're stretched thin. That's been my experience. I guess I can't speak to the elders in Livingstone Range. Yeah, just that we may end up calling meetings, but still not have elders present might be something we should consider.
Thank you. Then Trustee Yegas and then Trustee Poitras.
We already have a committee, the First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and LRSD Liaison Committee. Why can't we do some changes to that in terms of the policy rather than forming another committee? Because that committee basically, I mean, we know it's not as effective as we would like it to be, but perhaps what we could do is to make, as I said, just change the terms of reference on that, and so that it could be that we could perhaps meet with the elders, etc., on that rather than having another separate committee.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber.
So once again, we're representatives on that council. We're not actually members.
Excuse me, point of order or point of information. I didn't hear what Trustee Gimber said.
We are just representatives when we're representatives, we're not members. So as a member, you can call meetings, but you can't with the FNMI, Inuit, and LRSD Liaison Committee, or yeah, but if you look at the terms of reference have us listed as yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, that committee, all the trustees are appointed to the following 4 committees. And so that First Nation, Métis, Inuit, and LRSD Liaison Committee has all board members on it, but we don't just sit on it as representatives.
But in the terms of reference, we are representatives on that committee.
Okay, yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at the terms of reference, but you had a clarifying question? Oh,
No, it's okay. Yeah.
okay.
I guess what I just wanted to add is, I understand that elders are very busy. We understand that for sure. And when we reach out to Rich and he's setting up meetings for us, he does all he can to get those meetings to happen. And sometimes they can't because of elder availability. However, when we meet, we do not always need elders to be there. Sometimes it's gathering information. So, if me and Carla need to meet with Rich and talk about, different pieces, and before we go and then meet with the elders or whatever next steps are, we aren't able, as representatives, we aren't able to call a meeting. We would just have to reach out to Rich and say, hey, Rich, could you call a meeting so the 3 of us could meet, right? And I think that's one of the problems is there isn't actually an FNMI committee in any way, shape, or form. We sit as representatives on 2 different committees, but if there's ever anything that we're like, we need to meet, we need to look at that, we need to go down this road or that road, we just are, as representatives, have to wait for a meeting to happen instead of being able to be like, yep, let's be proactive, let's call a meeting. And maybe that's something we need to look at, the terms of reference or membership, or but I think that when Carla's speaking to this, it's speaking to the fact that there is, if we have any issues or whatever, there is no way for either of our current committees to call a meeting to deal with something.
Thank you, Trustee.
Yeah, I appreciate the explanation from both Trustee Gimmer and Poitras. I think that for me, I don't think we should create a new committee, because then there's the chance that there isn't the continuity between the work that's going on with the wisdom and guidance and whatever committee could be created. I would think that we should just change the terms of reference like we have with other committees, where the Nanton committee can meet with the town, but it also can meet with itself. So it's not doesn't preclude the work from going forward. So I think we should just approve the terms of reference to say our wisdom and guidance representatives are our committee, and they can meet and do the work for our board.
Trustee Gimber?
Yeah, I think that would definitely solve a big part of the problem. I can give a perfect example is when we were discussing the land acknowledgement and what we wanted to do with the land acknowledgement. We weren't able to call a meeting to bring that up to discuss it with the elders. So that's just an example of a situation where something came up that we would like to speak to the committee about, and we never had the opportunity because there wasn't a meeting. So that's an example.
Perfect, thank you. Trustee Gimber, you have a motion on the floor, though, to create a new committee. So are you wanting to change that motion? Because that's the motion we're speaking to right now.
So that means that we're changing, I don't know, if we're allowed to do that, to change it from being a representative to a committee, then yes, I would say let's change it.
Trustee
I was
Egan?
going to say, terms of reference could be changed on the committees as long as it's approved by the board.
Trustee Poitras?
Okay, but when you sit on as a representative, then you are a member of that. So as I used to sit on PCC, ELC, as a representative, I couldn't go to PCC ELC and say, my board voted that I'm now a committee member. And so now I'm a committee member of the PCC ELC and I can call meetings and stuff. We have been invited as a representative, right? So for us to change the wisdom and guidance representation to a committee, I mean, Rich is the chair. I'm pretty sure he'd be open to it, but I'm just saying that's something that we need to, I mean, we would need to discuss before we just make a motion and invite ourselves to co-chair that, I guess. Or
Trustee Toon?
Yeah, I would make a motion, and I think it does the same intent as this, but that we create, and I don't want to use the wisdom and guidance because that's not the name, but I can't remember, Elder Consultant Council, that the board create its own wisdom and guidance Elder Consultant Council, and consisting of the members of the representatives on the Wisdom and Guidance Elder Consultant Council, air quotes. So it's a committee created with whoever we populate that, so it's automatically, the continuity's there, and they have the ability to meet outside and inside that framework of the representative and continue on the work of the board.
so Nikki, that was create elder consult council made up of wisdom and guidance representatives. Is that correct, Trustee Toon?
I would just maybe add committee after the council, because it's it's one of our committees made up of those people.
Except for we changed the name from Wisdom and Guidance to Leader Council, so you don't want to put Wisdom and Guidance in there.
So the
Oh,
one
sorry.
that's in the terms and references for the old Wisdom and Guidance Council is called the Elder Consultant Council. So if we did another one like Trustee Toon is saying, that's the Elders Consultant Council Committee, that would work. It technically differentiates the two based on what they're called. One just doesn't have committee on the end.
All right, just for, yeah, we did that one already. Just because, so we have Carla's motion on the floor, and now we have an amendment to the motion. And so create a new FNMI committee that enables trustees to call meetings and meet with elders, and then also create an elders council committee? Is that what, so that's right now what the motion is saying?
So Trustee Toon's suggestion is a friendly amendment to mine. So can we just change the name on mine? Create a new Elders Consultant Council Committee.
Is the board okay with that? Any opposed to that? To just change the wording in the motion, which would now read, create a new elders council committee that enables trustees to call meetings and meet with elders. Instead of create the FNMI is what the original motion said. So Trustee Gimber has asked that be added in, and is anyone opposed to that? Trustee Toon, you're opposed?
Not opposed. I don't think it needs enables trustees to call meetings and meet with elders. It's a committee. The committee can decide what their terms are and bring that back to the board for approval. We don't need to get specific on, we just create the committee and they.
So strike the word enables.
Yeah, I would just say, yeah. Everything after.
Everything after, just strike the word enables, please, Nikki. To call meetings, yeah. Okay, sorry, Trustee Gimber.
No, I had my hand up first.
Oh, sorry. Trustee Yeagas had her hand up, I didn't see that.
I was just going to say, if we create a new committee and there's nothing in it, then we're going to have to ask for people to belong to the committee and make a vote, because this is a new committee.
Yep.
So there has to be something in this now that says about the original people. Otherwise, we'll have to elect new people to the
Yep.
new trustees.
Yep. And Trustee Gimber has her hand up, and Mr. Sequin would like to speak also.
Okay, I was just going to finish off the amendment here. Create a new Elders Consultant Council committee that includes the members of the Elders Consultant Council. That is made up of the members of the elders.
Mr. Siegel?
Just another consideration. And I don't know if it's appropriate here or not, so just stop me if you don't think it speaks to this. But there could be simply a wording change on the wisdom and guidance, or if we changed it to the elder consultant committee, just to have the meetings part being called at the discretion of the superintendent or designate, which is Richard at this time, and or trustees that sit on this committee. So if that just makes it simple enough, we'd be happy to make that change in the terms of reference for that wisdom and guidance committee, which is right now sitting on a kind of a management side of things. But if that would help, we'd be happy to do that too.
Trustee Toon?
Just a question for the trustees that sit on that. Does that help facilitate the work? Because you spoke about needing opportunities to meet and discuss board issues outside of wisdom and guidance. Just changing the meetings, will that help facilitate that? Or would there still be maybe the desire to have something where you can meet to discuss?
So it's Trustee Gimber and Trustee Poitras that sit on that committee. So Trustee Gimber, as you were a main mover of this motion, do you feel like that would help, or do you feel like this is something that you would like to?
I think it would help. However, I think I'm liking the way that this is shaping up right now. There's also been discussion that was had at, I think it was in a presentation that we saw at the FNMI conference about being able to teach the teachings that we learn to the rest of the people, and that this could give us an opportunity to work on that as well. So I like the way this is shaping up.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Charchin?
I feel a little confused about what the three different committees do. And I'm wondering, like, I understand what our role is on each of those now and what you're intending to move toward. I'm just going to go back to the elders one more time and having one more committee meeting and to attend and to track. And I think it was Trustee Toon perhaps that brought up that continuity of information and what's going on. So yeah, I just feel a little confused by it. I understand why, as a board, we'd like to be able to call meetings, to be able to bring our concerns or our thoughts forward. But I'm a little uncomfortable with a third committee. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? We're speaking to the amendment of create a new elder consulting council committee that is made up of the members of the Elders Consult Council. That's a mouthful. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
I'll just respond to Trustee Charchin's comment. I don't think that you really need to look at this as a third committee. It's kind of, in a sense, a co-committee with the Elders Consultant Council one that just allows the trustees that are part of that to do their own work on the side, kind of thing, with regards to the work. It doesn't necessarily mean we'd be asking the elders to meet with us separately all the time. Like, I don't think that's the intent at all.
Trustee Yegas and then Trustee Charchin.
Thank you for that, Trustee Gimber. I'm a little confused with this too. It was said that it's not a new committee, but it is a new committee. So I guess what we need to do is, I would like to have more explanation and guidance before I make a decision to vote. So I would like to move that we
Table it?
table this motion until more information is put forward, because right now, I really don't know how I would vote on it. I agree that the two trustees who are on the other committee need to have some place to discuss things, but on the other hand, I don't really understand how this committee or whether they want to work, and they should look at the other two committees too, and see if there's some way that they could just change terms of references. Thank you.
So the motion has been to table this motion until more information is put forward. We have to have the majority vote on that to table this. All in favor? Four, carried. So that can come forward at another board meeting. All right. So we're still under the discussion on possible other committee board representation. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, point of order, Madam Chair. Technically, we should state when it's tabled till. If it's tabled to the next board meeting, if it's tabled till later in the meeting, that there just isn't
Sorry.
clarity on
You're
when it's
correct.
tabled to.
Trustee Yegas?
I don't think they're going to be able to, I want more information to be gathered, so maybe to the next board meeting. And pardon?
Point of order, Chair. What does more information mean?
Exactly what you want done and what this committee is going to consist, what it's going to do. I just, as I said, I don't know how it's going to fit and everything else.
So,
We're not discussing the committee right now. We're discussing when it's to be moved to. So I would say it move to the next board meeting.
So the September
Which
board
in
meeting?
September.
Thank you. So we can only discuss the motion around the tabled right now. There's no other motion. It's been, Trustee Yegas said, till the September board meeting.
point of order. No, I'm sorry. I don't understand who is going to gather that information for her. We can't meet to do it, so.
Point of order, it's not gathering it for me. It's on the table right now. It's for the whole board.
Okay. So this motion, tabled this motion until more information is put forward until the September board meeting. Yeah,
Sorry, just for clarity.
Yes.
Did we voted on the amendment?
well, we did vote on tabling the motion, but Trustee Toon brought up the fact that we actually should state in there that we needed to have a date and excuse me, as to when this was coming forward. And so,
Sorry, I just want to know what motion will be coming forward. Did we vote on it being amended to create a new Elders Consult Committee that is made up of the members of the Elders Consult Council? Did we, like that amendment was on the floor and we were discussing it? Was that voted on?
no, because it's tabled the motion.
The motion was in the process of being amended. So can it be tabled at that point?
Well,
The whole thing is tabled, so
Yeah.
we freeze it exactly how it is. We'll come back in September. Perfect. I just for clarity, I just needed to know
Yeah.
which of those was going to be coming forward, so thank you.
Yeah. Nope, we're only speaking about tabling the motion. We can only speak to that now. Trustee Toon, is that what you're speaking about tabling?
Yeah, I would love to speak about tabling the motion. I think we've had a fulsome discussion on this issue. We've spent about a half an hour on it. Great debate and amendments were made. I think we shouldn't table this, that we should come forward. We're getting into the minutia of talking about terms of reference issues.
point of order, we've already voted on tabling the motion,
I know, but
but we can't talk about it now. It's tabled.
I know, but I brought a point of order saying that we didn't set a date, and that goes against Robert's Rules of Order. You have to say when you're tabling it to, you can't just say indefinite table. It's either in the meeting or it's postponed to another meeting. If it's postponed, it's technically not tabling the motion, it's postponing it to another meeting. So
But then it was stated postponed to another meeting after.
Yeah, so I'm stating we're out of order with that motion.
So we will re-vote on this because the point of order was brought that we did not have a date on there, so we will be voting on this now. So, Trustee Toon, was there anything else you wanted to say? All right, so we are voting on tabling this motion to postpone this motion till the September board meeting. Calling the question. Any opposed? You're for it? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You gotta stop switching.
Okay. I will stop switching. We will call for all in favor. So please, everybody, let's just pause for 1 second. I'm sorry. I've been doing all against for the whole meeting, but it's confusing everyone. And all right, we're voting on the postpone this motion until September board meeting. All in favor? Defeated. All right, so now we're back to the motion. That's create a new Elders Council Committee that is made up of the members of the elders. So we're only speaking to the amendment. Trustee Poitras.
I would call the question on the amendment.
Thank you. Question has been called. We are speaking to create a new this is the amendment. Create a new Elders Council Committee that is made up of the members of the Elders Council. All in favor? Carried. Now we're back to the main motion, which is to create a new Elders Consult Committee that is made up of the members of the Elders Consult Council. Trustee Poitras.
Great, so just to give a little bit of clarity, our First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and LRSD Liaison Committee is a committee that is specifically set that our purpose is to meet with the two boards of education from Kainai and Pikani and keep our relationships open and good with them. We're working on that. That's the goal of that committee. Wisdom and Guidance Council, we are representatives. Currently, the designated administrator is Mr. Richard Feller, and we reach out to him, he reaches out to us. We have meetings where we sit and discuss things with the elders, such as, you know, are we going to say you can only read the land acknowledgement and not expand upon it? Yes or no? We may meet with the elders and discuss that with them. You know, they're like, you know, we feel like maybe don't expand upon it. Keep it how it is. Then they're part of that committee too, those elders. So now, once we've had that, they don't have a lot of time. We've met with them, we've, you know, heard them. They've given us a lot of guidance and stuff. Now, this Elders Consult Council would allow for Mr. Feller and Trustee Gimber and myself, who are the current members, to meet, just the three of us, and actually put that into policy, do the wording, not have to have the elders there for all the minutia of, okay, what does the admin procedure need to look like? What is the policy? Is there a policy? You know, how are we going to get this out? To do that, the actual work of the board, given the wisdom that we've received and the guidance from them, now we need to put it in place. You know, or if it was something like the land acknowledgement, we've worked with them, but we've also maybe met with, you know, we've looked at what other divisions are doing. We're going to wordsmith it and then show it to the elders at a different meeting and bring it forward for approval, or maybe get their input, put it together. It might not be shared with them again, but then we can do that work. So this third committee, I hope this helps with that understanding. This third, so we're a member of meeting with the two boards. We're a member of this with two elders or three. Sometimes we're able to have Joel Gamache there as well. And so we all sit together. So when we have that meeting, all of those people should be at the table. Elders, representatives from admin and from the trustees. This Elders Consult Council Committee would then be for just us to meet, just to get the board work or the admin work put forward and through. So it does seem like this is excessive. Why do we need three separate? But they all are like, this just allows the work to move forward without having to have everyone sitting at the table who are already so busy doing other work in the schools and where we would prefer to have them, right? So I hope that gives some clarity on why we're asking for these three things. This one is almost just a subcommittee because it's going to be made up of the exact same trustees who then can just, you know, meet with our admin and push the work forward.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Trustee Charlton?
I'd just like to say that that was the information I was looking for, is what does that committee, what do you need to meet for? So thank you. Thank you for that clarity.
Okay, thank you.
And I was just going to say thank you. I agree. I think you stated it all. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Gember, you made the motion, I believe, first. So would you like to close?
Trustee Poitras just did a fabulous job of closing for me, so I'm good, thanks.
Perfect. You can call the question. All in favor? Carried. All right. Any other discussion on possible other committee board representation? Yeah, we will. Let me switch over. All right, seeing none. Moving on to adjournment. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees vote in favor of the meeting being adjourned by Trustee Poitras at 10:57. We will take a 5-minute bio break in order to get ready for our board meeting. We're going to call us back to order. I didn't even know you left. I was looking at the agenda. All right, we'll just wait a minute. All right, everybody, I'm going to call us back to order. It is 11:05. Can we please have Trustee Charchin do the land acknowledgement? Oh, sorry, Trustee Charchin, before you speak, I shouldn't say call us back to order. I should say I'm going to call the regular board meeting. Yeah, so we are now in our regular board meeting, not back at calling us back to order. We would now like to please have Trustee Charchin do our land acknowledgement.
Oki, welcome to our division office located on the traditional land and territory of the Nitsipi, Piikani, Kainai, and Siksika, the Blackfoot people within the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta.
Thank you. I would like us all now to please stand for O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
That O Canada was performed from Zoe from FP Walsh. Thank you very much for that beautiful O Canada. Moving on to our consent agenda. That the recommendation that the June 24, 2024 consent agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion, please? Trustee Yegas? Oh, you're next in line, Trustee. Trustee Toon, did you have something?
I would, oh, not from the consent agenda. Nope, sorry.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Nope, that's okay. I do need to pull something from the 2024, from the consent agenda, the 2024-2025 board meeting dates. We just have an error on one of the dates, so I would like to pull that and make that F. It's a, I guess it would still be under our action items, so we'll make that F4. Anything else from the consent agenda? All right, seeing none. All in favor to, recommendation that the June 24, 2024 consent agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to emergent changes to the agenda, recommendation that the June 24th, 2024 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion? Oh, Trustee Long. All right, so Trustee Charchin?
Sorry, I would like to add a motion, an emergent motion.
Okay.
Is that all for now?
Nope, you can restate your emergent motion and then the board will vote on that. So we'll make that, just read the motion.
Professional development specific to the role of a trustee has been difficult to attain in an off-election year. The ASBA University of Calgary Trustee Governance Program is reputed to be an excellent learning opportunity for both new and experienced trustees. Given that I became a trustee in mid-October 2023, I wasn't able to register for this program in the year that my personal professional development allocation included extra funding for a new trustee. I view this motion to be emergent, as I just found out last week from Mr. Perry that PD expenses must be recorded when the professional development opportunity is incurred and paid for from the current year allocation. So I am unable to register and use my extra allocation intended for a first-year trustee. There are also limited spots available for this learning opportunity. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve a carryover of $3,250 personal PD dollars to pay for Trustee Charchin's tuition in the ASBA Trustee Governance Program in the fall of 2024, in addition to the eligible $2,000 personal PD rollover for the 24-25 school year.
Thank you, Trustee Charchin. Trustee Charchin has brought forward this is an emergent agenda item. We need to vote on that. All in favor? Or, yep. Yep, thank you. So we can make that F5. Trustee Toon, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I would ask that we postpone the NATN update till our September board meeting.
Okay. So G1 has been postponed. It's just for a discussion item, so thank you, Trustee Toon. To the September, thank you. Any other emergent changes to the agenda? Trustee Kimber?
So is the Zone 6 one included already on here?
No.
From our organizational meeting? Yeah, from the notice of motion from the organizational meeting, so.
So now we can add the notice of motion from the organizational meeting, which will now be G6, F6.
Thanks.
Do you need wording on that at all, Nikki? Okay, perfect. All right, any other additions to the agenda? All right, seeing none, recommendation that the June 24th, 2024 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as amended. All in favor? Carried. Declaration of conflict of interest. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees declare if they have any conflicts of interest relating to the agenda items from the June 24th, 2024 board meeting, and if so, should declare them. Seeing none. All right, moving on to our presentations. I'd like to welcome Leanne Feller to the boardroom. Leanne is our early learning inclusive learning coach and will provide the board with an update on the work being accomplished throughout the division. Thank you, Leanne, for accommodating our crazy schedule.
Thanks. Well, thank you for having me today. I'm excited to get to come and share everything early learning with all of you and all the great things that are happening across the division and have happened this year so far. We can go to the next one too. So here's just a quick brief update on what early learning looked like across the school division this year. We currently are running two of our programs are licensed at Horace Allen and at Canyon School. And we have another one of our own programs that is not licensed out of Nanton at AB Daily. And their early learning was quite full this year. AB Daily had 37 different spots filled. And they run 4 full days so that they can have their kindergarten children come on the opposite days that they don't have kindergarten. Canyon and Horace Allen were quite full. Canyon had a little bit of difficulty filling tons of spots this year because they're often in competition with the St. Mike's program. The educator there was well known and all of their children had gone through that and they had gone through her program. So the good news is she got to retire this year. And so we really amped up the publicity around that area. And the good news is they're full already for next year. So hopefully it stays that way. And then Horace Allen had 52 spots filled this year, and they run the 4 mornings and 4 afternoons as well. We also have lots of collaboratives across the division with different daycares. We have students in preschools that are privately run, in daycares across the division, especially in Claresholm, Fort Macleod, and Nanton. The other thing is next year we're going to be raising the fees a little bit. Right now they were $75 a month and $150 a month. It doesn't seem significant that we're only raising them that much, but we're not allowed to raise them any more that because of the affordability grant we signed with the government. So to keep it continuous, we just decided AB Daly's fees should probably stay the same too across, so it was ubiquitous across the division. So kindergarten this year, we had fairly decent numbers, quite a few little people in our kindergarten classrooms, and you can see the numbers there that they had a successful year. We've talked a little bit before in previous years, but some of you are new about our early years evaluation.
Leanne, just before you go on, I was just wondering, are we currently running half-day kindergarten in any of our kindergartens, or are they all doing like day on, day off?
Yes, they're all doing 2
Full
days
day.
and then every second Friday or every second Thursday.
Perfect, thank you.
Sure. Okay, so the early years evaluation, we're really trying to focus more on that, on the data that it provides for us, so that we can provide those early interventions that we know are so important, that indicate a lot of success with literacy and numeracy by grade 3 if we can get early intervention in place with their communication. So we've been really focusing on that. So this year was the first year that we had, we've always done ages and stages screenings in our communities, but this year we decided to use the EYEDA assessment for all students entering kindergarten. So everyone coming into our programs this year has either been assessed already or will be in the fall if we missed them. So they do that one, and then I'll share with you the parent reports and things that they get after that. And then in the fall and spring, the teachers do the EYETA, and that provides them data that they need. They use it as their first report card to share with families, and then they follow up with those students who need to be reassessed in the spring. So I think we talked about that one pretty much. Nikki, we can go past that one. Okay, so in the EYE direct assessment, this is when the students come in before they enter kindergarten, and they just do a bunch of little subtests with one of the educators in the school. And it provides us with a report like this for parents. And so then the parents either come back in for a meeting or a phone call, and they go through the results very carefully and get explained. If you get a red triangle, it's not a can't, it's a not yet. And that just tells us where we need to provide some extra support and target our interventions for the year so that we can help those kiddos get up to where they need to be before they enter grade 1. So it spits out a kind of a report like this for us so we can see the entire division. So at the beginning of this May, or the end of this May, sorry, we had assessed 108 children so far that would be entering our kindergarten programs in the spring. And this gives us how many are at risk already or having some significant difficulties. And then the teacher can be planning for that ahead of their entry into school in September. So there's just the breakdown of what we've assessed. So this is the evaluation the teacher uses once they're in kindergarten for their first report card. So last fall, we had assessed 236 children in our kindergarten classes. And from that, they get a parent report again. So when you come in for a parent-teacher interview or a student-led conference, they discuss these results with their parents so that they can provide activities to work on at home if they need to, or they can just set up their small group instruction within the classroom to target those areas of need. So that just is the breakdown of where we started this fall with what children were experiencing some difficulties in different areas and where people were already appropriately developing, and we could get those things in place. It provides a beautiful report for the teacher so they know exactly where to go. And then the website that we use with the early years evaluation is covered in resources that target each of those areas for either parents or teachers. So the teacher can come up with an action plan in those targeted areas for each specific child that requires some intervention. So over the 2023-24 school year, we had 40 students that were receiving extra support through program unit funding between PK3 and kindergarten, and those were the students that were coded severe. We had 9 coded moderate this year, and 26 in PK and kindergarten that were mild or moderate. And so if they receive one of those designations and extra support through program unit funding, they might get some support from an educational assistant, from the learning support teacher, from either our own SLP, Wendy Thompson, or we have contracted one, Dallin, through Southwest. And so we have a 2.2 total of speech language support across the division right now. Or they might need OT support, PT support, deaf and hard of hearing support, or for the visually impaired. We have a teacher for the visually impaired. Yes, Lacey.
Sorry that I have all the questions.
It's
So
good.
when we're talking about kids, 9 being coded moderate, 40 being coded severe, are those codings that we are working as a division with the families to work with them and put these codings in place, or are these codings that have to happen with outside resources? We've heard a lot about how difficult it can be for parents to have kids who are struggling with their needs and needing to have different doctor's appointments and trying to get the right coding so that they can bring the kids to the school with that diagnosis or whatever it is to then be coded and taken care of and get the supports. And we know that that's a government issue that we're trying to help with. So I'm just wondering, when we're talking about these kids that are coded, if they went to another school division, would that coding go with them, or is that something that we are doing locally in-house to make sure that even those who can't, are still on the wait list for different specialists, are still getting the help that they can get? If you could speak to that at all, that would be great.
Okay, yeah, no, that was great. So that is a complicated question. There's many moving pieces to that. So in order to get a code, you need to have some sort of an assessment in that area. So whether it's a medical diagnosis, whether it's from our speech language pathologist, if it's something severe in terms of the OTPT can support that diagnosis. Once they get a code applied, we definitely work with the family and we talk about that coding and what the support around that could look like. At the school level, they do that. And then according to that, depending on the severity, it determines if you're a code 40, a code 30, a code 50, whichever it happens. And so then with that being said, we would apply the code and then provide the supports that are necessary for that student. Without a code, we still target those interventions for anyone that needs support. So regardless of a code, our mandate is to provide the support and the interventions that you need despite the code. If that answers your question. Kathy.
What is the availability for SLPs, OTs, and PTs? Is that a struggle? Continue to be a struggle?
That's a really good question too. It is. Our caseloads of our SLPs are huge, like very huge. And this year we did also go do all the direct assessments at some of the Hutterite colonies. And so when we identified some students at those places, that will stretch our SLPs even further. But we make do with what we have, and they provide us with excellent service, and they get out to all the different little kiddos as much as they can. They spend a lot of time educating our support staff so that they can continue those therapies when they're not able to be there. But yes, they are very stretched. PT, we only have a very small piece of PT, and OT, we have a 1.0, and he's running all the time too.
Are they AHS funded, the OT and PT?
No, they're through the Southwest as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Feller, just for anyone who might watch this later, will you just give the definition of what each of those are, the
Sure.
SLPs and the OTs, just so people are aware of the supports that we're offering?
Sure, absolutely, yeah. So the EA is the educational assistants, the LST is the learning support teacher, the SLP is the speech language pathologist, the OT is the occupational therapist, the PT is the physiotherapist, and the DHH is the deaf and hard of hearing teacher. And then we also, through Southwest, can contract a teacher for the visually impaired for those students that have that need. Okay. So I've shown you this, I showed you this little chart last year. This is our historical data for program unit funding, where prior to COVID, we had much more significant numbers than we do now. And we're slowly starting to build up. We're up to 49 again this year, and we're projecting about 53 for the fall. So we're slowly starting to see that increase again. There's a few reasons. The coding criteria did change. So before, if they had a severe phonological delay, that would qualify you to receive extra support with program unit funding. And then they changed that criteria. So that has now moved to a code 30, which is support, but much more minimal support than a code 40. We lost a lot of screenings when we were having COVID. Families just weren't coming out to those things and we couldn't hold those things. So now that we're trying to amp that stuff up again, we're optimistic that our numbers will rise. So each year we're selected for an audit. They pull a certain number of files for our program unit funded students that are getting support through that. And I'm happy to say it's 3 years running, we've got 100%. So cross your fingers, we're out of the woods on that one. We're also lucky enough to still have an ECS collaborative group that we run together. So 3 times a year, our early learning educators and our ECS teachers are invited to come together for some professional learning opportunities. So this year we had 3 great sessions together. We also were able to set up a new teacher mentorship. So they each had anyone who's new to kindergarten or early learning had a mentor teacher that they could phone, go see. And they also resulted in some classroom visits between so we could check out what's best practice in ECS. And they spent lots of time talking about assessments and screenings. Some of the professional learning we did this year together as a group, we did lots of early literacy on the science of reading with Dr. Deb Cara. We also did lots of sessions on how to use gross motor, fine motor, language and communication in small centers in the classroom, so that those things were being targeted not just on a one-on-one basis, but within small group setting. We had a good session on building bridges of support with our speech language pathologist, physiotherapist, and occupational therapist. We spent tons of time looking at that EYE, TA, and DA data and making action plans to move forward. We did lots of phonemic awareness screening, looking at different assessments for next year. And we also did some UFly and Hegarty training for the phonics programs that they're using in their classrooms. And we spent lots of time on executive functioning and sensory regulation with Dallin and Nathan, and some building brains together. So we started looking at the brain story and some different things on child development. So next year, we hope to continue doing some of the same things, but really using that eye data to make sure we're responding to all students' needs. We are going to make sure everyone entering kindergarten has that assessment complete. We're also going to continue learning more about early literacy, numeracy, and language-rich classrooms. We're going to continue on that building thinking brains and the brain story. With the Hannon Institute, I was lucky enough to be able to take the professional learning to instruct learning language and loving it. So we'll be able to do some of that with our educational assistants next year. And then I'm going to be taking the ABC and beyond, which is the next section of it, so that we can provide that professional learning for our staff as well. We're going to continue to try to get our numbers up in early learning and that advertising. And those screenings, we're going to have our OTs, PTs, and SLPs out in the schools in those first 2 weeks to see if we've missed anyone right off the bat so we can get their needs met. So some celebrations from the year. There's lots to celebrate. We had a really exciting opportunity to apply to an inclusive childcare program. So 2 of our programs at Canyon and at AB Daily, they were able to apply. It's through the government. And they were able to access a behavior specialist who came to their classroom, and they did a behavior assessment and put a program in place, a plan in place. And then a behavior specialist went out to the programs on a regular basis to increase the capacity of the staff and to work with the teacher on how they could best meet the needs of some of our more difficult or challenging little people. Another celebration would probably be we spent some time branding some stuff so that we could pump up at trade fairs. We had a couple of our early learning educators go to trade fairs trying to get those numbers up. So we bought some pop-up banners, we bought coloring books, we got storybooks for everybody who comes to the screenings, and we bought little Play-Dohs that have Livingstone Range Early Learning and Kindergarten on there. So we've been just trying to put some swag stuff out there to pump up business. One of our biggest celebrations, I would say, is the partnership we were able to take on with Little Leaders and Granham. So exciting. I think Daryl's going to update you more on that later today, or perhaps. But some really exciting stuff is coming out of there, and I can't wait to see where it goes. But I'd say the biggest celebration all year is probably, our educators and students in early learning and ECS. They are an amazing bunch of people and the cutest little people. So I wanted to end with just a little video of our cute little people. maybe. Of course.
And as we're waiting, on our list, you were showing the number of how many students are in these programs. Are they like kind of at capacity? Some of our, like our licensed early learning and in the buildings, or do they have wait lists as well?
That's a good question too. This year, Horace Allen was full this year, and AB Daly was full this year. Kenyon had a few spaces throughout the year of students coming and going, but they do each have a maximum capacity. So there's a capacity of 20 at Horace Allen and 24 at Kenyon, no, 22 at Kenyon, sorry, and 24 at AB Daly. So we typically tend to be at capacity. I know AB Daly this year is, their numbers are down so far, but we're hopeful that those will come back up. So yeah. Yes, so yes, there is a wait list at Kenyon too.
May the good Lord be with you down every road you
Thank you so much. Does anybody else have any other questions? Trustee Georgian?
I'd just like to share with you, I've shared with the other senior admin that thank you for your part in bringing the little leaders and all that piece to Granham. It was quite a moment going to their next parent council meeting, and they were so overjoyed. There were actual tears in being listened to and being able to execute and get that all in place. So thank you for your role in that.
Thank you. It's really exciting. And actually, I have compliments for you from all of them as well. They couldn't believe that a superintendent would be as compassionate to listen, and the board members would encourage them to stop the meeting and go out and have a private conversation and come back to meet their needs. So they were singing your praises as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just have just a couple of questions. Just at the beginning of the presentation, you talked about licensed and non-licensed. What does that mean?
Okay, so our licensed facilities are government-approved facilities. So we have a licensing officer that comes to there and does regular inspections to make sure we're meeting all the requirements. So if you're licensed, you can access the affordability and subsidy grant, so parents can get subsidized to take their kids to the program. And if you're not licensed, you can charge any fees you want, and you can have full-day programming. So that's why Nanton chose to stay not licensed, was so that they could have full-day kindergarten on the opposite, or sorry, full-day little owls on the other days.
Perfect, thank you. And I just also really appreciate the collaboration that goes into having these ECS and the being able to do the eye on them and bring them into getting them ready for kindergarten. It's just such a crucial time for kids, that transition piece too. And so thank everybody on your team for all the hard work they do, because it's definitely making little leaders and every student every day and just moving everybody into a better place. It's really great. Thank you.
Thank you. No, they're a great bunch, and I have the best job.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks so much again, Leanne. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you all.
All right, everyone. Such a great intro into our board meeting, seeing all kids' happy faces. Moving into our action items, we have F1, our board and CEO evaluations. That the Board of Trustees received 2 reports from Chris Smeaton, our external facilitator, summarizing the board and CEO evaluations held on June 10th, 2024. First recommendation, that the Board of Trustees approves the board's evaluation report as developed in the facility workshop June 10th, 2024. And further, that the board chair be authorized to monitor the goals and suggestions agreed to and bring forward items for the board to consider as deemed appropriate. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Poitras? Sorry, Clara. Trustee Poitras, did you want to speak to it at all?
Yeah, I thought we had a really good process this year. We went through it a little bit differently with a new facilitator, and I really appreciated the conversations that came out of our evaluation, looking back at the work that we had done, and what we really want to do in this we have one full school year left in this term, and I think that this board is going to do great things, and we have some big visions, and so I really appreciated the process, and I think it was really setting us on the right foot moving forward for our last year.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Awesome. Everybody did their homework and read. All right, so did you want to close it all, Trustee Poitras, or you said everything perfect? Okay, so all in favor of the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the board evaluations report as developed in the facility workshop June 10th, 2024, and further that the board chair be authorized to monitor the goals and suggestions agreed to and bring items forward for the board consideration as deemed appropriate. Again, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Recommendation 2, that the Board of Trustees approves the superintendent evaluation report as developed in the facilitated evaluation workshop of June 10th, 2024, as an accurate accounting of the superintendent's performance. Okay. That's okay. Oh, that's okay. Now I don't know where I was. Okay, as an accurate accounting of the superintendent's performance for the period August 1st, 2023 to June 1st, 2024. And further, that the Board of Trustees authorize the board chair to make any required technical edits and to sign the report on the board's behalf. Can I get someone to make that motion, please? Trustee Hagus? I got you that time. All right. Would you like to open, Trustee Hagus?
So once again, I really appreciated the way we did the evaluations for the superintendent. I hope he did too. I will then turn it back to you and you can do your own, you could say comments of it.
Thank you, Trustee Hagus. Is there anything else the board would like to say first? Yep, Trustee Charcher?
Perhaps you'll talk about this. I'm not sure what required technical edits means, so maybe if you could just clarify, not what those are, but what that means in general.
My interpretation of it, and maybe Mr. Seguin, correct me if I'm wrong, or other board members, if there was anything that needed to be adjusted as we move forward in the layout of his evaluation, then I had the authorization through the board to be able to do that. Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, so I think just because we go through the process together, but then our facilitator is the one who actually writes it up and brings it all forward to the chair. If she notices anything in there that, maybe, well, spelling and stuff, but also that maybe she knows the board, the intention was a little different or the wording needs to be changed, that she can make those technical type edits before she signs off on it. Of course, if there was anything else, then it would come back to the board.
Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. Anybody else? No? I want to just echo what Trustee Hagus said. I felt this evaluation process was really good, and I really liked the changes and how the layout came to us, and just being able to look back and forth at the evaluations and the work being done. And so I think overall it was a very good evaluation, and I think that yeah, I would really love to move forward with more evaluations like that. I think it was a really great process. So if there's no other comments, call a question. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to, oh, yes, Trustee Toon.
Thank you. I didn't catch your gaze with in between the first item. Just have motion arising from business that the Board of Trustees create a list and present it at the next board meeting of suggestions coming out of the board evaluation. And I can speak to that.
Okay, yeah, a list of.
And the list would be from recommended changes for procedure, process, or anything to do with what happened with our committee of the wholes. And I don't want to list what the list will be, just a list coming from our evaluation, and that going forward, that list would be presented the same day as we approve our evaluation. And I can speak to that.
Sure.
Going forward.
Trustee Poitras?
So just for clarity, this list, or this is kind of like a post-evaluation review of like the process, so we're putting pros and cons of the review process and what we would like to include or not include for next year's.
May I speak to that?
Yes, please, because I just wanted to know who's making the list. And
So the board would make the list. So
okay.
I think it would be something we could do at a committee of the whole and put everything on the list after. Or the chair, going forward in evaluation, we could actually have like a parking lot board where it says this goes to the board list going forward, or if there's anything else that comes for it, the chair and the vice can add that to the list, because I think adding to the list isn't at the issue. It brings it to the board for conversation, but I can speak to it more if it's
approved on there. Okay.
not if it's approved, if it's approved to have this
on the agenda.
On the agenda.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a motion arising from business that the Board of Trustees present a list.
Yeah.
A post-evaluation review?
Yeah, at our next public meeting for approval.
We're just going to vote to see if we want this on the agenda first. And then we can talk to it if you want. Trustee Toon, regular board meeting?
And I would suggest, yeah, adding the word list after review.
We have a motion arising from business that the Board of Trustees present a post-evaluation review list at our next public regular board meeting.
For approval, I would add at the end, so it's not just presenting the list.
Okay, for approval.
We can approve, amend.
Okay. Okay. And so we have to vote on that to accept it onto the agenda. All in favor? Carried.
Thank
So
you.
because the motion is there right now, we can deal with that motion right now. And so Trustee Toon, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I can speak to it. I apologize for the awkwardness in framing it, but just as we were talking about the approval of our evaluation and our organizational meeting this morning, I was left with a sense of there's a lot of things, great things that were discussed in our evaluation, but how does that come forward? And is it on the chair to just remember all those things and bring it forward? Is it on individual trustees to just say, well, that's my committee, I'll bring that item forward? I think having a correlated list to bring forward things for approval, and an example that I would give was the timesheet committee. That was an important discussion to have, and it was great discussion. But once the board has that, okay, we have the evaluation, now let's talk about it at a meeting, we can make those decisions and move forward. Whereas if it doesn't get checked off, it just becomes another thing, that next evaluation, if it's not acted on, oh, yeah, we agreed we were going to talk about that. How does that come forward? Whose role and whose responsibility is to bring those forward? So I think anything to do with process or committees or anything that came out of evaluation that was either the facilitator suggesting it or the board of trustees suggesting it, it goes on that list, and then we talk about it in our next meeting and we say we want to do these things or we don't want to do these things, and there's good rationale for both those things in process. But I think that will help kind of give a good bookend to the evaluation process of how we have some action come out of those great discussions that we have on those days.
Perfect, thank you. Trustee Gimber?
Thank you. I think this is a great idea. I think it'll be a great exercise for us to go through and look at the list and decide what should and shouldn't be on there. So thank you very much, Trustee Toon, for bringing this up.
Any other questions or comments? Trustee Chartrand?
I would also like to thank you, Trustee Toon. One of the recommendations was the need to develop a plan for board development, and I think this helps move that forward beautifully, so thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I'll just add something. I appreciate that because I was struggling with how to move the conversation forward in my role as chair and moving the work of the board forward when, as a board, we haven't actually sat down and discussed the whole process around that. So this gives us a way to be able to talk about it. I do have just one clarifying question in the agenda, on the motion, is that we need to be able to meet as a board prior to our next regular board meeting and so that meeting of the whole is almost already outlined, and so I just wondered if we could have a little bit of leeway on the regular board, on the next regular board meeting. Trustee Toon?
I don't think that we need a lot of discussion on this. I would envision just creating a Google Doc and populating it with everything. And this is part of the reason why I think having that list be populated during our evaluation process is so key. So it's not relying on my tired farmer brain to remember, okay, what did I remember that was on that list going forward of things that we should take a look at and maybe see process-wise or committee-wise as a board to have that. So I think if we just create the Google Doc and then as we go over our summer meetings, just check in and say, hey, is there anything that you guys is on the list that isn't on the list that you're seeing? I don't want to have a big discussion at committee of the whole because then it kind of leads us to not having the great discussion and debate that I think we have here on the merits of those things, because it's just a recommendation at this point.
Thank you, trustee, I guess.
I would just could mention that the professional learning is only half a day on
Okay.
that day, so we do have the afternoon for the planning meeting.
Potentially, yep. Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions or comments? Oh, trustee Chartrand?
Sorry, do you envision, I guess this question could go to the whole board. Do we envision that this could potentially inform our work plan as well? Or move into the work plan?
I think once we have the conversation at the board meeting and if it's approved, then maybe potentially it could, but it also adds to our end of our superintendent and board evaluations too, as to how what we're going to move forward with that way too. I think it can involve different ways in the board too. It depends on what is discussed, what's approved, and what we're going to adopt as a board. If anybody else had anything else they wanted to add to that, then. Okay, anything else? All right, I'm going to call the question. That the Board of Trustees present a post-evaluation review list at our next public regular board meeting for approval. All in favor? Passed. All right, moving on to F2 Board Operations. In response to the notice of motion made by Trustee Toon on the May 27th, 2024 board meeting, Trustee Toon will discuss a possible review of board operations. It is the recommendation that the Board of Trustees conduct a thorough review of board operations in order to identify areas for improved efficiencies and cost reductions. That each committee will present their recommendations for streamlining operations and reducing expenses at a future meeting for board approval. That was made by Trustee Toon. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I know this is going to be an excuse, but I apologize for there not being a more complete background on this motion. One of the things that had changed that we didn't get the notice for upcoming agenda items, and that was something that came out of our evaluation, but it wasn't something that we discussed process-wise if that's what we wanted or not. So I think that what we just approved will help facilitate that process if that's something we want to go forward. But it's on me for not bringing that forward. I'm not using that as rationale or justification for doing that, but I do apologize. I think that when we approved the last budget, that everyone would agree that there were a lot of challenges associated with that budget, especially with the funding coming from the government that has seen hard decisions and reductions in a lot of areas. I know for myself, I've heard from multiple people in my communities and schools that they're struggling with their son or daughter, and I can speak from experience that one of my daughter's favorite teachers that she really relied on for support, and not just that subject area, but other areas, is not going to be with us in the fall. And those challenges are heartbreaking, and not saying it's one school, one situation. It's consistent across the division because of the struggles that we're seeing with funding that we received from the provincial government. And we've been lucky to have resources in the form of surpluses to help kind of cushion those blows. And I think administration does an amazing job of helping to find efficiencies in every way. And so that this motion gets us to the place, well, what is our role as trustees? I think that we need to have deliberate conversations to make sure that we're doing the same thing that they're doing on a daily basis, that we're finding those efficiencies. And it was talked about today, the zone 6 intent to bring something forward on that. I think those type of conversations, there's lots of those that can happen, but if we're not having a decision as a board that says we will look at all those areas with that intent lens to do that it won't just happen. It'll be piecemeal. It won't be a complete review. And so I think that it's really timely with the budget that we just approved to do this for us, that it sets us up going forward. And I didn't put a timeline or time frame on it because some committees might meet sooner than others, and I think you bring your homework in when it's complete. We don't want to put this on, well, we're all going to decide this on September. That puts an unrealistic expectation on the committees, on administration to meet with those committees, that if we can, as we go through a board, and this would include committee of the whole items, like where committees where the whole board sits. We look at efficiencies as a whole board and as a committee. So I think really that what I'm hearing from the trustees as we go forward, this is our intent, but we need something that ties all that intent together. And I think that this motion would help facilitate that.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. The floor is open for any questions or comments. Seeing none? Oh, okay, Trustee Gimber?
I can't let it go without anything being said. I think that it's a great idea to review our board operations for efficiencies and cost reductions. This, to me, though, it does feel like it's kind of two separate pieces. One is kind of the Board of Trustees conducts the overall view of board operations, and then the separate side would be that each committee does their own review for recommendations. But, I mean, you can put them both together. It works as long as everybody likes both of them being there together. I'm in favor.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none. Trustee Toon, did you want to close? Okay, so the recommendation that the Board of Trustees conduct a thorough review of board operations in order to identify areas for improved efficiencies and cost reductions. That each committee present their recommendations for streamlining operations and reducing expenses at a future meeting for board approval. All in favor? Passed. Thank you. It is now 11:57. We will break for lunch, and we'll be back at 12:40. right, everybody, we're going to get started.
You're missing Kathy.
Oh, okay, no, we're not getting started. Kathy's not here. Thunder under the bridge.
Like different
Headstones?
different.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We're going to start back our board meeting at 12:47. Jumping right into our quarterly financial report. The audit committee met with the LRSD finance team and reviewed the third quarterly report ending in May 31st of 2024. The audit committee will provide a summary of their review process and key findings at the board meeting, which is today. Recommendation that the audit committee recommends that the Board of Trustees approve the third quarterly financial report as presented. I'll make that motion. I'll just bring up the report. Yep, third quarter report. Just go on to the next one, please. So the audit committee report as the end of May 31st, 2024, which is 75% of our fiscal year and 90% of our school year. We met with management on June 17th of 2024. We reviewed in detail the revenues and expenditures by object, by program, and schedule of net assets. The audit committee report it is our responsibility to review in greater detail the financial results up to May 31st of 2024, report to the board the results of our review, including any areas we feel the board should be aware of. Our review and report, we spent 2 hours meeting with management to review in detail the financial results. Management provided a thorough review and answered all committee members' questions and inquiries to the satisfaction of the committee. The committee is pleased to report that we are confident that the financial reports for the third quarter are accurate based on our review. Next one, please. Perfect. I will now turn it over to Mr. Perry to walk us through our financial position, as Mr. Jordan Gunderson is not here with us today, so Mr. Perry gets the honor.
Great, thank you. I just thought it might be important to highlight who sits on the audit committee. Trustee Gimber, Trustee Hodges, Trustee Charchin, and then we have 2 public members, Marilyn Welsh and Martha Ratcliffe. And so jumping into the financial position, I'm going to go over the numbers part of it. At the end of the third quarter, which is the end of May, so May 31st, there is a decrease in the financial position of $678,651 from the prior year. So we're going to look at what those numbers mean in the next slide. So you can see in this table that we have what the revenues were, what the expenditures were, and what the surplus deficit is. And you can see in Q3, we had 42.7 million revenue, 43.37 million in expenditures, for a deficit of 678,000. Our anticipated budget deficit is 454,000, so you can see that we're over where we budgeted to be, and there is some explanation. When you look at the far right side, even though we're over at the end of the third quarter, we anticipate being under what was budgeted by about $240,000, and we'll go through the details in shortly. So Jordan Gunnarsson put together some slides that visually you can see the timing of our revenues. And so from a distance, they kind of look very similar, but you can note that they're, for the most part throughout the year, they're pretty even. And the main rationale for that is that the revenue that we receive from the provincial government is spread out over 12 months, even though some of our costs are over 10 months in the school year. Most of the revenue that we receive is over 10 months, or sorry, 12 months. But you can see the last 2 months, July and August, there's a slight decrease, and the rationale for that is that our First Nation revenue that we receive for students attending from on reserve is over 10 months, and it doesn't go down quite as much because we defer our summer school funding until the summer, and we recognize it in the summer at the same time. So in addition, there's other programs such as the international program that is over 10 months, so the revenue would not be recognized in the last 2 months either. But you can see from Jordan's analysis, I think there's about $150,000, spread up or down one way or the other, but pretty even throughout the year. So you can go to the next slide. So, yep, go ahead, Greg.
So why are the revenues down in the winter? December, January, February there.
You go back on that slide. So some of it will be dependent on, like there's a slight decline in there. Some of it will be dependent on some of the projects that we, when we expend the dollars, we actually recognize the revenue. So there's programs such as the nutrition program. If we spend more money at that point, then we would recognize more money. And if we haven't spent money in that area, then it would be down a little bit. So I don't know the exact reason for December, January, but it would be something of that nature where we haven't expended the money that we're holding. Yeah. So timing of expenditures, there's a greater variance between the highest and the lowest, which is about $900,000. You can see from September moving all the way up to the end of May, our costs slightly increase throughout that time frame. So part of that is because of in the fall, for our certificated staff and some of the support staff that may have higher wages, the CRA contributions don't begin until January. And so September, October, November, December might be a little bit lower, and then they would rise throughout that to the end of May and June. We also potentially receive additional grants and add additional staffing throughout that time period. And so the expenses would gradually escalate as well. But you can see in July and August, and this is why at the end of May and June, we end up with a higher deficit than we actually will end up at the end of the year, because in July and August we tend to have a surplus because we don't have as many expenditures and we have the revenue that's consistent with what it was in previous months. So just a few more comments that Jordan made on there as well. July and August see a significant decrease because we have 10-month employees that are paid over 10 months and won't be paid in July and August. So bus drivers, some educational assistants, other support staff in the schools. So there's lower, no school-based costs, there's lower utility rates and in usage at that time period. And we don't have any of the international program either. Those are kind of the significant areas as far as the expenditure. They would be lower, however, July and August, well, mostly July, is when we expend dollars in the summer program. So FACES program that's out in our Peaks campus, that occurs in July mostly, and so there's increased costs in those 2 months for that program. Okay. And so here's the net effect of those revenues and expenditures. So revenue is the blue, expense is the orange. You can see the bottom gray area is actually identifies whether it's a surplus or a deficit. So you can see that throughout the September all the way to June, we have a slight deficit in those months, and then July and August we have a significant surplus. And so although we have a $678,000 decrease to our position right now, we anticipate $210,000 at the end of the year because of those surpluses in the last 2 months. Well, that is consistent with what Jordan's saying here, where last year we had a deficit of 1.91 million at Q3, which was reduced down to 1.39 million by the end of the year. So it's something cyclical for us and occurs every year. And again, because our revenue spread out over 12 months for the most part, and expenses, much of that over 10. Okay, so jumping into a few of the details that we thought were important to share in the public board meeting. 42.7 million in revenues, that's about 76.4% of the budget, which is higher than 75% of the year. And so that's up about 770,000. However, when we look at it, the majority of that will come from the federal government side of things. When we look at the provincial side of things, we're down a little bit, 73.8%. And again, that's because we defer the summer school funding until the summer. Our IMR funding, we recognize that when we actually expend the dollars. And so this goes back to Greg's question. If we didn't have IMR projects during that time period, we may not have recognized as much revenue. And so much of that will occur in the summer as well. We do have additional funding for students attending on reserve. So students that live off reserve that attend schools on reserve, we had more students than we anticipated in the budget. So there's more money there that we received. And there's additional grants that were not in the original budget, such as the list, the learning disruption, dual credit, et cetera, because we didn't know at the time that we were going to receive the money. Yeah, Brad?
Thank you. This might be information that's given to the audit committee, but do you have projections on things like IMR dollars, where you project it will be for the next quarter and going forward? So like 21%, is that in line where you projected? You've mentioned lots more things get done during the summer, and that's when it's realized, but just wondering about when you're goal posting things that are on there, does the audit committee see a certain percentages of what is projected and where the actuals are?
So we went through, I don't know that we have specifics that we can provide at this time, but the challenge with it is some are capitalized. And so if some of those IMR projects that we do end up being items that are capitalized, and of course we don't know that when we're doing the budget, because we don't do the plan until a later point in the year. When they're capitalized, they go into deferred revenue, and then they're amortized, and we amortize the revenue at the same rate as the deferred. So IMR is really challenging to give a number as far as what it's going to be at this certain point in time, because it really depends on the project. The reason why we provide it here is just so you know that what we budgeted in the original budget, this is the difference from that because of how IMR actually was dealt with during the year. If that's something more information is wanted on with regards to that, IMR is always an in and an out, so it doesn't have an effect on the bottom line. So the board goes through that IMR plan in the latter part of the year. So I think October, November, we bring a plan to the board. That's the overall dollar amount is what we intend to expend, but this gets a little, it fluctuates because of whether it's capital or not. And so this is really just to identify why we might be different, but in the end, it's in and out, and it doesn't have an impact on the bottom line. So your revenues would be 21%, your expenditures would be the same. Okay, so the federal government is actually over by $680,000, and the rationale for that is Jordan's principle for the most part. You can see that's $616,000. Those are grant funds that we received after the budget date. They weren't approved until after, so we couldn't commit to them and put them within the budget. And even in the budget we just shared with you this year, we only knew of some of the Jordan Principle applications that were approved. And so unless we have a way of getting those approved more in advance of when we complete the budget, this is always going to be a line item on our budget. So 616,000 to date has been expended above and beyond, just based on Jordan's principle. Students attending LRSD off reserve is down from budget, and that's currently at 78% of what the budget should be. So our enrollment projections for students coming from on-reserve attending our schools, and we shared this with you in the past, that there's not as many students as we anticipated in the budget. Okay, so, yeah.
Just about getting that item sooner, that's things that are out of our circle of control, is that correct? Like,
right.
just the way that the scheduling goes and the way that it all falls, it will continue to kind of be that line item because of the timing of everything. I just want to double check on that.
That's correct.
Okay,
the application process is in the spring, and so we can put it in as soon as possible, but it's really dependent upon when they approve it as to whether we can include it in our budget or not. And we actually had one application, one of the larger applications that was approved prior to our budget. And so even though we anticipated approvals in other areas, we didn't have certainty, and so we couldn't necessarily build it into the budget. So other revenue, we're at 105%, so we're over 706,000 there. The international program had more students attend than what we anticipated in the past, so projected to be 320,000 more in revenue there. Schools and site-based cafeteria, peaks initiatives, things of that nature, things that were not in the budget are higher than what they were anticipated. Investment income is at 126% as of the third quarter. We didn't anticipate that interest rates would be as high as they were, and so we benefited from that. And so there's about $100,000 more in the third quarter for interest income. And then just other grants such that were not Alberta Education, Pub Breakfast Club, Careers Next Generation, Calgary Police, which is a mental health initiative and pilot, were also part of that. So that's kind of the detail with regards to why we're at and above our revenue projections at this point. Any questions, further questions with revenue? Okay, jump to the expenditure side. So we're 43.37 million, which is about almost 77% of our budget, which typically we would expect to be higher than 75%. So that's consistent. Certificated salary and benefits, we'll go through the detail in a minute, but they're at 76.5%, which is above. And we pay certificated staffing over a 12-month period as well. So we would expect to be closer to 75% unless we had additional items on there. And we'll go through that in a couple minutes. The non-certificated salaries and benefits are at 82.47%. We'd expect them to be closer to 90. Other operating expenditures made up of about 73.33%, which is very close considering we only have 1 month really of school left at the end of May. So staffing details. For the certificated staff, why we're up, we had 3 additional teachers hired with the Jordan's Principles dollars. 1.8 FTE increase at the schools from the beginning of the budget due to enrollment adjustments. So those would be utilizing discretionary funding and things of that nature. And 2 teachers on extended leave with pay for a combined 6 months, resulting in higher staffing costs over that time period. So the justification for why we're slightly under than the 90%. For non-certificated, many certificated are paid over 10 months. So like I say, we'd anticipate being at 90%. Some support staff positions were filled late or not filled at all, and so there's a few savings in there, and as a result, we're not quite at that 90%. As of today, Jordan's principal funding has been acquired for 17 support staff across the division, and these positions were filled during the year as funding was awarded. Yeah, and it just has a point there, maintenance is right on budget at 74.6%. Notable operating expense activity, contracted services spending currently low due to the largest expenses of FACES not being incurred yet, and that will be incurred in the last quarter. And software and license costs are high due to ongoing complications with the HR payroll software and new tech subscriptions, increasing above and beyond what was expected at the time of budget. We talked a little bit about this with the board, and what our plan going forward is in the HR payroll software area, and so we'll continue to experience that higher costs for another year, and then we should reap the benefits of that beyond that. So any questions in relation to the expenditure side? Yep.
I just have a question, and this might be for the superintendent, but when we're looking at our expenditures, and a large percentage, most of it, is going to certificated salary and staff, when we're looking at how many teachers are going to each school and things like that, is that specifically based on the number of students per school, or does it also depend on like needs of the school and the classroom? I was just wondering when those dollars are allocated, is there kind of a formula that is used to allocate those different percentages, or, you know, teaching staff members? So whichever of you is better to answer that.
Okay, so as far as the like you're talking like after the original allocations are out or and beyond?
So when we get the budget in and we
Yeah.
see how much we have for staffing, and then
Yeah.
every school gets so many teachers, or
Yeah.
like 4.2 or whatever, how are those decisions made of how many teachers each school gets?
Okay, so I mean I can start that conversation or that answer that to that question. You know, Richard might be able to answer some of this as well, but originally the first thing we're looking at, even with our revenue, when we receive revenue, it's typically based on enrollment numbers. That's going to be the first item that we would consider when we're looking at schools and regards to the number of staff that they would receive, and that's for teaching staff, that's for support staff. We get into more detail with regards to the needs beyond that. So context around, you know, what that looks like at each school, and conversations are had with each administrator with regards to the context around what they're currently facing. And so in some scenarios, additional staffing, certificated support staff, whatever it might be, would be allocated in addition to that original allocation, just based on additional needs that are out there. And yeah, I think for the most part, discussions are had around that, that conversation with regards to what the needs are. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
I think it's also important to note that as we look at the funding formula and we take a look to the degree to which each of the classes that are being held in each of our schools, the number of students in each of those classes, and whether or not that school has the ability to maintain the number of staff to facilitate the grade levels and the teachers in each of those grade levels. So it is a funding formula that's applied, but if there's more contextual information needed, then we would look at the specific school and each of the numbers of students in each of the grades that they have, and have conversations with the administrators, who are then making the decision on where they want to put that allocated FTE.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that answers my question, and I was just curious. I'm not surprised at all, but I just was wondering if there was, you know, that opportunity for an admin to reach out and say, hey, we've kind of got a really complex group in grade 3 here, and I'm wondering if, you know, so as everything is super collaborative in Livingstone Range School Division, I'm not surprised to hear that, but I did just want to ask about that process, so thank you both very much.
Okay, any additional questions around the expenditure side? Mr. Long?
It's a specific question, Jeff. 2 weeks ago on the news, their two finance officers from two Alberta boards were interviewed on CTV, I believe it was, about their increase in costs for security measures. Have we seen an increase in costs for our internet, computer, and so on security?
Absolutely. That is one of the areas that we continue to monitor as well with regards to what the costs attached are to providing security. We know within the province of Alberta that some boards have been attacked cyber, from a cyber perspective. And so it's an ongoing conversation with our insurance company, with whether we have the ability to use IMR dollars for those types of things. But certainly there's a movement within the province to request additional funding from the provincial government to support the significant dollars that are needing to be put into cybersecurity. Tends to be a new, maybe it's not new, but something that is getting a lot of attention right now. And so over the last little while, we have been putting some dollars into that. We could probably put significantly more in, but right now we are fulfilling the requirements of our insurance company as far as what we need to do for cybersecurity to ensure that we're insured in that area. But yeah, it is unfortunate. Yeah.
Trustee Gimmer?
So during at the audit committee, we got some numbers with regards to the carbon tax expenses that we've been paying over the past several years. And I know they're not in this presentation, but I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit to the increase in how much we've been paying as an expense with regards to carbon tax, and if we have had any offsetting revenue increase to go along with that.
That's a good question. I don't have that up in front of me at the moment. Jordan shared that information at our audit committee. And so I don't know if I can find that shortly, but I can speak to it and provide the information at a later point. Yeah, Jordan has done some analysis on what we've paid, and the cost of carbon has been increasing significantly and over the last 4 or 5 years. And to the point, does anybody remember what that number was that was at that meeting? Oh, you have it? Yeah, I think so. So here's some numbers. So just dating back from 2019 to 2020, in gas utilities alone, we paid about $62,500 in utilities. In 2022-23, $150,000. So it's tripled almost from that time period. Fuel, it was about $20,000 back in 1920, and in 22-23, $50 or almost $60,000. So again, it's tripled in that time period. And so just to respond to whether we received any additional funding specifically for that, no, the answer would be no, we have not. And again, we talk about inflation. There's inflation, that increased costs in certain ways. There's various components of, especially in our maintenance department, where costs are way more than what inflation is even, right? So between freight and things of that nature. But carbon is one area that has been increasing significantly, and there's been no additional funding. So it has to come from within. We all know that in the budget that we just passed, we anticipate about a $500,000 deficit in the maintenance department. You can see that the carbon tax is about 150,000 of that. So gives you a perspective. Thanks for the question. Thanks, Daryl. Okay, I should have been prepared with that, but that's okay. That's Jordan's document, so I don't actually have it in front of me. He brought that up at the meeting. So anyway, if we want to jump to, is there any other additional expenditure questions? If not, we'll jump to the next slide. So this is just a summary, and this will build into our impact, what the impact is on our net assets or our operating reserves. So at the end of 2023, August of 2023, we had 3.72% of our expenditures in operating reserves. So that number is just over 2 million. For our budget, we anticipated having a $454,000 deficit or a change to that, which would bring us down to 1.6 for a total of 2.87% of operating reserves. Quarter three, like we said, we're at a higher deficit right now, or decrease, just based on where we're at. We know that that'll change over the next few months, but that brings us down to about almost a 2.5% in operating reserves. And where we anticipate being at the end of the year is 3.3%. So recognizing that the last 2 months we'll have a surplus versus a deficit and build back up to that 3.3%. So you can see also why our cash flow has to be monitored as well, because we expend more over the first 10 months and then have to get the funds in the final 2 months to offset some of those expenditures. So we anticipate at the end of the year being at 3.3%, which is about a $1.8 million operating reserve. Any questions on that? And the final slide is something that our audit committee felt very strongly that we should communicate once again, and should be something that we ensure is communicated throughout the division, just because there's questions out there still about it. So Peaks campus in the Crow's Nest Pass, operating funding for the Peaks site comes from our summer programs offered at the Peaks site, such as the FACES program, place-based camps, site rentals. And so Peaks is a self-sustaining program. It pays for itself. It does not come out of our instructional funding. So I think that's the message that the audit committee felt that we needed to reemphasize. We know that there's ongoing capital project out at Peaks as well. The funding for that capital project came through a provincial collegiate grant. So again, it's not coming out of the capital reserves of the division. It's not coming out of the operating reserves or the operational funding of the division. It's coming out of that grant. And in fact, we've had to make adjustments to that project, just recognizing that costs have increased significantly. And so we're working to ensure that the cost of whatever we do out there is within the grant amount. So, and I'll leave it at that and see if there's any additional questions, or if any other of the audit committee want to add anything to it.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Was there any additional questions for Mr. Perry for the audit? Mr. Long.
That was an excellent presentation. Thank you very much. If I understand it, it's well done. And it was.
Good. Jordan put the notes together. I'll pass that on to him. I just read them.
Thank you. Any other? Okay, thanks. Seeing none, I just want to really thank our public members, Martha Radcliffe and Marilyn Welsh, for their commitment to the audit committee in meeting with us and going through all of these budget lines, and for also being part of the remuneration part too. It's really nice to have our outside members be part of this committee and hear their personal perspectives too. Is there anything else the audit committee would like to add? Okay, thank you. Then, so we have a recommendation on the floor that the audit committee recommends that the Board of Trustees approve the third quarterly financial report as presented. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Perry, for presenting. Moving on to discussion items. Did I miss one? Oh yeah, geez Louise, I forgot all our additions. I did write them at the bottom, but I was just moving on. All right, so we have F4, which is our board meeting dates. So we just have one correction on that, which is the September 10th was done through motion to be September 11th. That's the one where we're going out to Peaks in the morning and having our day of land on the day, or day of land, what is it called?
Day on the land.
Day on the land, sorry, that was close. I had all the right words. All right, so that's the only correction that I needed to put in there. And Nikki has sent out calendar invites. And so just wanted to make that correction for our minutes too. So I just need a motion to approve those as amended. Trustee Poitras? All in favor? Carried, thank you. Now we'll move on to F5, which is our emergent item. Just scroll down so I can just read it there, Nikki, when you're done. No, it's okay. Okay, thank you. This was proposed by Trustee Charchin, and so the professional development specific to the role of a trustee has been difficult to attain in an off-election year. The ASBA University of Calgary Trustee Governance Program is reputed to be an excellent learning opportunity for both new and experienced trustees. Given that she became a trustee in mid-October of 2023, she wasn't able to register for this program in the year that her professional development allocation included extra funding for a new trustee. She views this motion to be emergent, as she just found out last week from Mr. Perry that PD expenses must be recorded when the professional development opportunity is incurred and paid for from the current year allocation. She is unable to register and use her extra allocation intended for a first-year trustee. There are also limited spots available for this learning opportunity. So the recommendation on the floor is that the Board of Trustees approve a carryover of $3,250 personal PD dollars to pay for Trustee Charchin's tuition in the ASBA Trustees Governance Program in the fall of 2024, in addition to the eligible $2,000 personal PD rollover for the 2024-2025 school year. Trustee Charchin has made that motion. Would you like to speak to it?
Sure. I don't know that I have a lot to add. I have been looking for professional development that I felt would build my toolbox to be able to be a better board member. I had Clara and Trustee Yegas as the PD rep, searching and sharing a variety, not the rep, the chair, searching and sharing PD with me. There were a number of opportunities that came up that I've had the opportunity to be involved in education, but the governance role is totally new for me. And after hearing at the Spring ASBA conference and more about it and researching it on the website, I think it's exactly what I need. So I'm asking, and I had just become, through informal conversations with some of my colleagues, we thought that I could register next year and use PD dollars, but after consulting with Mr. Perry, that's not available. So that made it an emergent motion. And yeah, that's about all. I hope that you will support me being able to be part of that, as I understand that most of you have already taken it, and I've heard great things from you as well. So thank you.
Thank you. The floor is open for any questions or comments. No? Oh, Trustee Poitras.
Yeah, I just really appreciate the initiative of looking for, ways to, it can't be easy to be in this division as an administrator and leading support on numeracy, and now to totally switch and refocus that lens. And so I think, we did a governance workshop together, but this is kind of ongoing, inclusive in all different areas, different focus points. And the trustees, myself being one of them who have done it, found that there were some very valuable pieces in here. So I appreciate the initiative. We put a motion forward to specifically set aside these dollars from, as we knew we were having a by-election, to be able to access this. So I appreciate your initiative and think that this would be a great way to refocus that lens.
Thank you. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, I think the program is very valuable. Taking it myself and ran into the same issue where we couldn't pay for it in the year we had dollars. So we actually lost dollars for us. We didn't get to roll over any additional dollars. So for me personally, I would be opposed to rolling over this a significant amount. I'd be in favor of rolling over the amount needed to attend the governance course, but I think rolling over $3,250 plus $2,000 plus next year's allotment, that's $6,000. That's, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, the 3,250 is for the ASB governance, and then the 2,000 is the regular
Yeah.
rollover. So it's 5,250, if that's what you were rounding to 6,000.
That, if I can speak to it, then you're getting next year's allotment as well. So I would support rolling over enough to pay for the amount. So the additional amount, you'll get $850 next year. So your rollover isn't required to go multiple years. So I would amend it to say the amount that is given, but not the additional $2,000. $6,000 is the more than the amount that every other trustee gets combined for next year. So we're at $850. We can roll over dollars that we have, but our base is less than what that additional rollover would be. So I can sympathize because I was in the same situation. I tried to pay for it in the spring, exact same timing for the fall registration, and it was no. It's like Mr. Perry said in his budget talk, you pay for it when it's realized, which can make it more challenging, and that's why we provide flexibility of the rollover of $2,000. So I'd be make the motion to chop that up to whatever the requirement is for the course. So is it still $3,000 for the course, or I think they lessened it even. It's $2,000. So you'd have enough dollars with the $2,000 that you're allowed to carry over to do the course, and still have $850 for other PD next year.
Trustee Long?
Well, that's the concern I have that comes to mind, and I certainly understand the financial part of it. Is that puts Trustee Charch in a position where that's the only PD then she can do next year.
Thank you. Trustee Poitras? Oh, you don't have. Is there anybody else who has any comments or questions? Trustee Gimber?
So as Trustee Toon was saying, the course next year, it was lowered to $2,000 because there's less courses, less modules. So $3,250 is way high for what is needed. And I think that those people that did take the governance course did use all of their PD up those years on those governance courses. So it is the one and only thing, pardon me, that some people were able to do. I agree with rolling over the 2,000 and maybe a little bit extra, but to go into next year with $6,000 and everybody else has 800 is just, there was other opportunities that could have been used this year that for one reason or another Trustee Charshin didn't do that. I'm not ready to make an amendment yet, but I don't agree with the amount that's on here right now.
Thank you. Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, I will just say that the $2,000 that can be rolled over, so we're saying that Trustee Charchin would have $6,000, and I think that she didn't know it was now $2,000. So my guess is that she would amend that to $2,000 plus the other $2,000. So let's say that we switch it to that, so then it's the $5,000 instead of $6,000. Every other trustee in this room also has the ability to roll over $2,000. So to say that she would be starting with $5,000 and the rest of us are starting with $850 is not true. It would be the rest of us would be starting with $2,850 if we had chosen to save dollars to roll over so that we had additional dollars this year. But we have made the choice in our 4-year time period to use up dollars so that, and I actually don't know where we're at right now, but me personally, I will not have rollover dollars. That was my choice. I've chosen to invest my PD dollars in the last 3 years. I did do this course. And so to say that we are all starting at $850, because that's what every trustee should get, then we should also note that we had the opportunity to budget appropriately and also roll over $2,000, but have not been able to. We specifically had a motion before the by-election to set aside additional dollars so that our new trustee who is being onboarded would have the opportunity to use those dollars for PD. This is a program that was not able for her to join because she had joined in October is when our election was. So she would like to take it next year. I think that's a great opportunity for her. And so I would make an amendment that the Board of Trustees approve the carryover of $2,000 of personal PD dollars to pay for trustee Charchin's tuition in the ASBA trustee governance program in the fall of 2024, in addition to the eligible $2,000 of personal PD rollover for the school year. So just changing that first number to 2,000. So I will put that amendment on the floor.
Okay, thank you. We have an amendment on the floor to change the 3,250 to 2,000. So we are only speaking to the amendment now. I saw Trustee Long had his hand up. Are you still speaking to the amendment?
Yes, because she actually stole my amendment, which
Okay.
is not unusual.
We actually team amended.
Seem to always have the same thing in their minds. Yeah, so if I understand this correctly, what Trustee Charchin would like to do is have her regular PD money, so she could do her next year the PD she would do, but have the costs for the extra PD for this conference covered. So, yeah, I see where we're coming from with the 3,250. Might be excessive, and so if 2,000 seems about right for that conference, I would be in favor of it.
Perfect, thank you. Trustee Tune, I saw your hand up. Were you speaking to the amendment? No? Okay. Trustee Charchin?
A question, when we go to our professional PD, we also receive remuneration for our time. When the rest of the board did this, did your PD money cover registration only or registration plus your time? Because that's something I'm not clear on.
I don't know who had their hand up first. Oh, Trustee Tune?
Include remuneration or not, and you'd have the ability in your budget to do that. Most of us didn't include remuneration the entire time because there wasn't enough funds. And we were on a shoestring budget when we paid for it with $3,000. Most of us, that was it, of what we did. So we all attended PD on our own dime that year as well. So it wasn't, if you did that, you'd be remuneration for the whole time of the course and wanted to do regular PD, you'd be above what even your proposed budget would be. Is the challenge, because you're talking remuneration for each time and study time, and there's a lot of work that goes into the course.
Did that answer your question, Trustee Charchin? Yep.
I think I just, okay, a couple of questions. Oh, is this working?
Yeah.
Okay. The money was allocated last year before anybody was elected in the by-election because you felt that PD money was important for the new trustee coming on. So I'm a little confused about, first of all, I didn't know about the 850 that's coming. When I looked at my total allocation for this year as a new trustee, I wanted it to be valuable and meaningful to me to be a better board member. So that's why I didn't spend money just to spend it. What I'm looking for or hoping is that, and I don't know how all the numbers work because there's pieces there that I don't know, that I wasn't aware of, is to be able to take the governance course and pay for at least some of my my time there, like we do at all of the other conferences we go to. And as an independent, as personal PD, you decide how much of it you want to use or not use. And then have some left over for next year for other events that might come up that would be important for my learning. So I'm not sure how all the dollars work, but that's what I'm hoping for based on the importance that you guys determined last year in setting money aside for a new trustee.
Thank you. We got trustee Poitras and then trustee Toon.
Sure, so I can just speak to personal PD dollars are a set number every year with the ability to roll over 2,000 is how it currently is. So year one, you have the most, I think 150% of a yearly allocation, then 125, then 100, and then 25% in the last year, and you can divide it up however you want. So every trustee is different, and for myself personally, I paid for the tuition and didn't put in for any of my other time. That was my choice. I would like to get to as much PD as possible, and I was able to do that. Trustee Hodges and I have done things like share hotel rooms to cut down costs, and every trustee feels differently about it, and that is up to you to decide. If you want to go to this course, but you feel like when I'm doing the work, I want to be able to put in for my time, then you may not be compensated for all of it, depending on the rollover dollars. Even if all of this was rolled over, I don't think that there would be enough PD. And so when PD is approved, it is approved upon the basis that you have that money left over in your personal PD dollars. So if there's, you put in for, you have 5,000 for the year and you put in for 6,500, you won't be reimbursed for that extra 1,500. It's only approved up to your maximum amount. So the question you're asking is kind of a difficult one, but everyone views PD differently and gets to put the value on their dollars. How? So as long as you have approval to go to something, then you can choose, will I go virtually? Will I go in person? Will I ride with another person, share a room? All those type of things kind of fall onto you. So yeah, I hope that helps answer that question.
Thank you. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, just say that we haven't been focusing on the amendment. We've been focusing on the entire motion for the last 3-4 statements. So I would ask that we call the question on the amendment, please, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Trustee Toon, for bringing us back. I got involved in the questions. All right, so we just have the amendment on the floor and the question has been called. So we have the amendment to change the $3,250 to $2,000. All in favor? Carried. So we go back to the regular motion now that reads that the Board of Trustees approve a carryover of 2,000 personal PD dollars to pay for trustee Charchin's tuition in the ASBA Trustee Governance Program in the fall of 2024, in addition to the eligible 2,000 personal PD rollover for the 2024-2025 school year. So we're now speaking to that motion. Any questions or comments? Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, I would just remind this board that when we had a by-election, we specifically made a motion setting aside these additional dollars so that in this 2-year period, we could really offer the most PD dollars so that the new trustee could get adequate training. This year, she was not able to enroll in this program. My understanding is she had talked to us about it and was planning on doing this and thought that she could enroll at the end of the year, as in now, June, and used this year's dollars, even though that will take place next year. And when she reached out to Mr. Perry, she found out, in fact, because it is happening next year, that she couldn't do that. So given that that was her understanding and that was specifically why we made a motion to put these dollars aside for her training, I would encourage everyone to consider those things before they vote.
Trustee Toon?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate Trustee Charchin bringing this forward. I think it's really commendable that she's trying to find as many possible things that fit her needs for personal PD. I support the motion. I think one of the things I would highlight too is that only till up until recently this year, you were only allowed to carry over $1,000. So you're getting an additional $1,000. All of us are getting the additional benefit of $2,000, where previously we could only carry over 1,000. So it really helps to facilitate the planning, and this is something that we all need to do as trustees, plan out our PD, because some of these bigger things take a little bit more time, but appreciate Trustee Churchin, and I support the motion.
Thank you. And Trustee Yegas?
Yes, I think this governance program is an excellent program, and I think this is something you're going to have to look at as a board in the future in terms of helping people, because this program is going to go on, and I do think that it is an excellent program for people who haven't been part of it. Well, even for board members who have been on. I really got a lot out of the program. So I really support this motion. I think that getting that $2,000 to pay for the program and then getting a regular, what she is going to be getting, I think this is important, so that she could continue on with some PD, but pay for the program, because this is an excellent program.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. I have nothing new to add, all the comments. I also agree that I think this is very valuable. Trustee Charchin has brought forward a few PDs that she wanted to take, but the board didn't see that value in those ones. And so I do feel like this is a good one. It's right down our wheelhouse. And so I also am in agreeance with this. And so I appreciate you bringing this forward. So if there's nobody else, I'd like you to close, please, Kathy. Trustee Charchin? No? Okay. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right. Do we have one more? F6. Notice of motion for more? Yes. Notice of motion from the organizational meeting this morning. ASB Zone 6 representation, and only the representative or alternate attend the meetings. Trustee Gimbers made that motion. Did you want to please speak to it?
Yeah, so as follow-up, the idea is that one trustee attends the ASBA Zone 6 meetings and reports the information back to everybody else, and that person should be remunerated for it, and that it isn't necessary for all of us to attend those meetings. So that's what this motion is for the representative or an alternate if the representative can't go, to be the one that is remunerated for it.
Thank you. Any questions? Trustee Long? Trustee Long, go ahead.
Are you aware of what other boards do in Zone 6? If that's their policy, that just the one trustee? I've never paid attention. Is it just the reps there usually, or are there other trustees as well?
I can say that I don't know their policies specifically, but it is usually just one person from each board that's attending.
Trustee Poitras?
I would maybe make an amendment to this that would say only ASBA Zone 6 representative or alternate will be remunerated for attending Zone 6 meetings. I don't think at all that the motion or the intent behind the motion is to stop others from coming and hearing and be a part of it. I think this is coming from a place of being fiscally responsible. And so, so it would read that only ASBA Zone 6 representative or alternate will be remunerated for attending the Zone 6 meetings. That way it still allows everyone, if you can jump on virtually, if there's a great presentation that you want to go and be a part of, if we're having a budget discussion like we always do before our Edwin Parr. The way I was reading the other motion is saying only one Livingston Range member will be there. And I don't think that's the intent of the motion. So I'd like to put that amendment on the floor.
Perfect, thank you. So we're just speaking to the amendment on the floor that reads that ASB Zone 6
It will read,
yeah,
only the ASBA Zone 6 representative or alternate will be remunerated
for attending.
for attending the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Long, I saw your hand up.
May I make an amendment to the amendment?
Yep.
Add will be remunerated for attending the Zone 6 meetings in person, so that the whoever is the rep or the alternate, no, I take it back, because it might not be possible for anyone to attend. I retract that.
Okay. All right, so Trustee Toon, did you have your hand up? We're speaking to the amendment.
No, just appreciate Trustee Long's thought process. I think we can do that in the terms of reference, talk about meeting the rep will be the person who's attending in person, because I think that's what our intent is, but I good catch on that of recognizing that and then seeing that might cause a problem where nobody gets to be the rep if we're saying it has to be in person and nobody can.
Thank you. Trustee Yegas?
I just got some questions on this for information. What if somebody from Livingston Range has another position on Zone 6, i.e., like I think there's quite a few? What happens then? They don't get reimbursed for what they're doing? And the other question is that I know I don't really go to Zone 6 anymore, but through my time, I have learned a lot by going to those meetings about Zone 6. So if we're only going to allow one person to go there, and I know we're in a budget constraint, but if we're only allowing one person to go there in person, then how are you board members going to find out about Zone 6? That is something I just wanted to think about, okay?
Thank you. Okay. Trustee Poitras has a question for clarity, and then we have Trustee Toon and Trustee Long.
So just for clarity, we're speaking to the amendment that says only the one will be remunerated, but anyone can attend. So are you speaking in favor of the amendment? Or are you speaking against it? So the amendment says that anyone can attend the meetings, but only one will be.
No, I'm just asking the question. Because I just want that for information, what about people who have other positions on
Okay,
Zone 6?
But as far as like other people being able to attend it so that they can learn more about the zone.
They'll do it without remuneration?
Okay, and then people.
Yeah, okay.
Trustee Toon?
I think that the amendment clarified the intent of what the original motion was, so I'd call the question on the amendment just so we can get back to talking about the motion if there's any concerns, because just hearing comments that aren't really related, and I have comments that will definitely not be related, so I would like to just vote on the amendment if there's
All right, we're going to vote. Thank you, Trustee Toon. We're going to vote on the amendment to add only the ASB Zone 6 representative or alternate will be remunerated for attending the meetings. Not add to, but adding. So all in favor? Carried. So now we're back to a motion that reads, only the ASBA Zone 6 representative or alternate will be remunerated for attending the meetings. Any questions or comments? Trustee Long, you had your hand up no? Okay. Trustee Toon?
Really appreciate this motion coming forward. I know that there's a lot of opportunity for zone members to be involved. We've had a really active board in the past at zone meetings, and I think that is really appreciated by the board when we are willing to step up and help with some of those positions. I think this provides the opportunity for anyone to attend, but helps us be fiscally responsible with the meetings being hybrid, it's really easy for us to zoom in and be at home and not have the additional cost to the board. Just doing some simple farmer math, if all 6 of us attended who are not the rep, which has happened consistently, that's not including mileage, which there's usually a couple people in person, just the remuneration for the per diem for that would be $1,000. So this could provide substantial savings to the board by having us not have to pay those costs, because it is a big benefit. It isn't a huge benefit, I feel, to the board to have us having 6 people there consistently, where budget time and other things that we can attend as needed. And if the zone is doing PD, we could bring forward a motion to support us attending through our PD dollars, the zone meeting. So I know that there's a benefit there to continue to support our attendance, and I hope we still get people attending, because there are a lot of great things discussed at those meetings.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Any other questions, comments? I do have a question. And it goes along the same lines as what Trustee Yeager said. Some of us sit on ASBA as part of their committees. And so just wondering, does that exclude them from now being paid to attend those meetings also when you're asked to report? So it's never actually really been super clear, but we do get permission to sit on these through the board. And so through those board motions, does that then allow for this still? Thank you. Trustee Poitras?
All right, when you have meetings for those, sorry, this is a question. When you have meetings, so if you sit on Alberta Southwest or something for that, are you remunerated when you go to those meetings by ASBA, Zone 6?
I am remunerated only if I attend a meeting with them, but I've just been virtual, but I'm not paid for going to the meetings if this goes through.
No, I'm asking when you go to, like when you have those virtual meetings with, sorry, I forget what yours is, Alberta Southwest, is that correct?
South Comprehensive.
Okay, South Comprehensive Health. When you have a meeting with the South Comprehensive Health group, so say you have a 2-hour meeting and you're there on behalf of ASBA, does ASBA remunerate you for that? Are you reimbursed or paid through ASBA, or does that go on your Livingston Range timesheet?
If I attend a meeting in person or with it, I do get paid through the zone.
Okay, so then I would say for the work that you do for the zone, you're paid for the zone, and then the reps could send their reports, right? The reports are sent in, and then if you're there to verbally give it, you can.
Yes, if there's any questions or if they want me to do anything, but just for context, I guess the comprehensive health, we don't actually have any meetings. We've just been doing through emails, and then my reports are then compiled and sent in part of the thing, and then I'm there to talk to it. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, with the organizational meeting for the zone coming again in the fall, I think there's an opportunity to go into any new position knowing that there isn't remuneration ahead of time. So I appreciate the sharing your clarity on that, because I think that's important going into these things, knowing that the board won't pay people for sitting there when they could have set in reports, or you'd have to use your own personal PD dollars to attend that. But that'll happen again in the fall when we choose people to sit in those positions.
Thank you. Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, I actually don't think that you could use your personal PD dollars for that, because I don't think Lori would consider that personal PD, and you have to be approved for it. So I would say, given the fact that you must get permission from the board to run for these positions, and then they are approved and can run for these positions, I mean any of us, I would make an amendment that only the ASBA Zone 6 representative or alternate will be reimbursed for attending the meetings. Also, trustees who need to report based on an ASBA committee. So let me see. Just let me make that easier for you, Nikki. As well as trustees who hold ASBA positions. So yeah, just start again. as well as trustees who hold ASBA Zone 6 positions. So I believe, I'm making that amendment because I believe if we approve for trustees to sit in these positions, we should remunerate them for going to these meetings as it is required.
Alrighty, we have an amendment on the floor. We're just going to be speaking to the amendment as well as trustees who hold ASBA Zone 6 positions. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, I appreciate the sentiment behind the amendment of approving people to be there, but I think that I don't approve of the amendment. Other boards don't pay people to be there. There's only a select 2 or 3 positions that don't get covered off by the zone, and I think that should be something that we discuss with the zone. If the zone wants people there to do a labor report or something, and if they want those positions and they're not being funded by the zone, but they value the work that those people are doing, that the zone should be paying for it because we pay fees to the zone. So I don't think that this should fall back on LRSD. When I was with the board of directors, there was no payment from the zone or ASBA to serve on that. It was all at the discretion of that. And I always found that challenging. When you're representing a group, the group should be the one supporting that, not just because we support our people who are amazing for volunteering for those positions. So that's why I'd be opposed to the amendment.
Thank you.
I would call the question on the amendment.
Okay, we're calling the question on the amendment, as well as trustees who hold ASBA Zone 6 positions. All in favor? Not carried. Defeated. All right, we're back to the main motion. Only the ASBA Zone 6 representative are to be remunerated for attending the meetings. Does anybody have anything new they want to add? The window of opportunity is closing. All right, I'm going to call the question. Oh, well, I should give the main mover of the motion chance to close. Trustee Gimber?
Thank you, everyone, for the discussion. It's been fantastic. I think that this is a great way for cost savings. I think that right now I'm the ASBA Zone 6 representative, and I take extensive notes, and they're on the website, on our shared drive for everybody to see. So sometimes I feel like I'm taking the notes for no reason because everybody's there. I think that this is a good way for us to save some funds, and I would actually be even interested in exploring, based on our motion from earlier, only attending virtually instead of having to pay for the dollars to drive there, especially if they're offering hybrid meetings all year long like they did last year. That's it. Thanks.
Alrighty. So the motion on the floor is only the ASBA Zone 6 representative and alternative will be remunerated for attending the meetings. All in favor? Carried. All right. Now we're done all the additions, right? Perfect. Into discussion items, we'll do G2 as G1 was stricken from the agenda, the annual work list. The chair has attached the annual work list for information only. If you have any recommendations, please submit by email to the chair and vice chair for review and approval at the September 2024 board meeting. As to date, I haven't received any recommendations on the annual work list that was attached. And so we can have a discussion around it if you want. I saw Trustee Toon had his hand up, and then Trustee Agus, did you too? Okay, Trustee Toon.
So just for clarity, there's still time to add stuff to the work list for September approval. It didn't have to be in for today.
No.
Okay.
We have up until the September board meeting, and we'll put a call out again just to make sure, but yes.
Okay, perfect. There was just a few pieces with our organizational meeting happening and things today that I think should get added in, but I will send that in. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. That way we can track changes too. Trustee Yegas?
That was my question too.
Oh, okay, perfect. Is there any other questions around that? Great. We'll now move into our key messages. Key messages from today's meetings. So obviously, number one, our presentation. What else would anybody else like? Come on, Mr. Long, you gotta throw it out there.
Probably we could provide some information on our early learning
Yep, that was our presentation.
presentation. Yeah,
Yep,
you said
that's our
that.
Yep, that's our first one. Perfect.
Can we give a brief update on our quarterly financial statement in any way?
Yep, Mr. Perry, we can provide a public summary to share for our key messages. Yep. No? Oh, Trustee Higgins?
Just maybe approval of our evaluations.
Yep. So we got presentations, quarterly financial statement, and our evaluations. Trustee Toon?
I think we should highlight our board operations review to find efficiencies. It'll be good to highlight it, and then people will understand when things are coming in a little more piecemeal, that it's a work in progress, and then that way we're showing that the important work that we're doing.
Perfect. So that's 4. Are we good with that? Trustee Higgins?
Could I don't know if it would be the time or the place, but maybe somewhere under regarding our organizational, the fact that all of our timesheets are online for people to, because I don't know how many people really realize that.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. We have 5. We're good with that now? I think I'm going to cut the limit out there. No. So everybody's good with those 5 key messages? Yep, Trustee Gimber?
Well, I'm just kind of curious because nobody's got any council meetings coming up to share these key
Yeah.
messages, so. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
just to keep that in mind, I
Yes,
guess. that
exactly,
They're not
yeah.
going to be really shared.
Yeah, what I usually do when go back to school in September and you get your first school council, you can share the previous one. Sometimes there's a gap, and that happens in December a lot too, where they don't have a school council. So in January, you share your December and your January one. But no, it's a great point. We need to make sure that we're sharing it out, even share it to the chair of the school councils if they'd like to just share it out to their email list before summer. But yeah, our I know it's not a key message, but we could include our message, a link to our summer message that's going to be going out on social media. Share thank you to the staff and parents and students. So I think I think number 6 would look great.
I think you stole Mr. Long's. Thank you. All right. Well, let's make this last board meeting full of key messages. Why not? All right, so we have 6. We're good with 6 now? Going once, going twice? I think we're good with 6. All right, thank you, everyone. Was there any press releases from today's meeting? Nope. Okay, seeing none. Can I get a motion to in camera that the Board of Trustees goes in camera at 2:02? Someone to make that, Trustee Toon. All right, let's move in camera, please.